Chapter 2259. How about it? Do you agree? Xia Yian asked the purple flame demonic woman. Sure. The purple flame demonic woman did not think for long. Her lips curled into a smile. But I will only allow 2 people to enter, and you can only send the same number of people. Xia Yian looked at Zhong Wushuang and the Star Lady and said, okay. He looked behind him and said, Father, Rukan, you 2 go in. 4 people were allowed to enter. The others could only watch from the outside. Xuemeng Feiyu of the 6th Peerless family looked helpless. She had thought that obtaining the Qiani Great Emperor's technique meant that she was fated to inherit the Qiani Great Emperor's legacy. Who would have thought that she would not get anything from the moment she came to the Qiani Cavern? This made Xuemeng Feiyu, who had always been proud of her great fortune, feel very defeated. Miezheng sighed deeply. With Xia Yian and the purple flame demonic woman present, they would not be able to enter. The snow mountain was so well protected that it was definitely not an ordinary object. It was even more important than the other 5 great treasures. However, it did not belong to them. Suddenly, Miezheng looked in the direction of the Pirate Alliance and raised his eyebrows. Where is Su Ruchu? She was here just now, but now she was nowhere to be seen. Xuemeng Feiyu could not be bothered to look at him. She said, who cares? Maybe he didn't get anything along the way and is looking for the treasure that everyone missed. Miezheng shook his head slightly. In his eyes, Suyu was a smart person. Moreover, he had obtained the greedy Wolf King's lucky path pearl. His luck was definitely not bad. Now that he was nowhere to be seen, Miezheng could not help but speculate. I hope he has gained something. After the Qiani Cavern ends, I have a favor to ask of him. The more he gains, the more confident he will be, Miezheng murmured softly. The people from the other families and forces were all unwilling to accept this. Unsurprisingly, they were all forbidden from entering. Xie Xiaoye frowned deeply. She hated herself for being so weak that she could not compete with them. She could only watch helplessly as the most powerful treasure in the Qiani Cavern was right in front of her eyes. Pejuan Emperor was like that, and greedy Wolf King was even more so. The latter clenched his fists tightly, his chest full of resentment. If I had the lucky path pearl, I wouldn't have to face this. In the past, he could rely on the Providence Dao Pearl to pick up treasures from ordinary places where there were no treasures. Now, in the Heavenly Legacy Cave abode, which was filled with treasures, he had not seen a single thing that caught his eye. Strength, my strength is still too low. Greedy Wolf King clenched his fists. Xia Yian and the purple flame demoness control over the 6th great treasure greatly motivated the surrounding martial artists to become stronger. However, at this moment, they could only watch. At this moment, Xia Yian took out a cone-like magic treasure that was only the size of a palm. After blowing a mouthful of air on it, the cone rapidly expanded, becoming 10 feet tall and 100 feet long. Let's begin, Xia Yian said indifferently, imbuing thick Daelord's power inside. The cone suddenly spun on its own, and the sharp end kept extending forward. The frost immortal moths were crushed the moment they touched the spinning cone. They couldn't do any damage to the inside of the cone. Let's go in, said Xia Yian. Xia Donglai, Xia Rukan, Zhong Wushuang, and Star Maiden immediately stepped into the forbidden death zone. At the same time, after a long journey through the forbidden death zone, Su Yu and Bai Yun Hongxian finally arrived at the foot of the snowy mountain. The snowy mountain seemed to have a strange deterrent force. The rampaging frost immortal moths didn't dare to come any closer. Phew! Bai Yun Hongxian heaved a sigh of relief. She seemed calm along the way, but she was actually quite scared. She looked up at the back of the figure in front of her, and thought to herself, what a strange man. Every time they met, he would do something that surprised her. Even Xia Yian didn't dare to trespass on the snowy mountain, but Su Yu was able to enter it as if no one was there. What do you want to say to me? Su Yu turned his head and met her snow-white eyes. Bai Yun Hongxian avoided his gaze. She hadn't forgotten why she had followed Su Yu to this remote place. She said, it's nothing. I just want to convey my father's words. It had finally come. The golden-eyed Langjun had made Su Yu a spy in the Pirate Alliance, hoping that he could influence the Pirate Alliance's decision. Speak, Su Yu said. He now had some influence in the pirate alliance. Bai Yun Hongxian said, "My father hopes that you can mobilize the pirate alliance to steal something." "What?" "The divine throne of heaven and earth." Su Yu's heart sank. The golden-eyed Lungjuan's goal was indeed this thing. His mind was racing, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. "I'll find a way to convince them." He could have imitated the Emperor Killer Sword and used it up before giving it away. "Why aren't you surprised at all?" Bai Yun Hongxian asked suspiciously. "Or, did you already predict my father's intentions?" Su Yu said calmly, "Don't you think you're asking too much?" Bai Yun Hongxian realized that she had probed too deeply into Su Yu's background. She hurriedly said, "I'm sorry." Su Yu nodded slowly and stepped onto the snowy mountain. As soon as he stepped on it, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. Even with his current physique, he could still feel the bone-chilling coldness of the snowy mountain. If an ordinary pathmaster were to step on it, he would probably be frozen to death immediately. He looked back at Bai Yun Hongxian, and was slightly surprised to find that she was standing on the snowy mountain unscathed. She even smiled at him. "Is there a problem?" "No," Su Yu said calmly. She was able to follow him without a sound, and she could even ignore the cold ice. The golden-eyed Lungjuan's daughter was really extraordinary. The two of them continued up. The higher they went, the more shocking the coldness under their feet became. He tried to fly, but found that as soon as he released his power, he was immediately frozen. Even the law of space was frozen by the shocking cold, making it impossible for him to teleport. He had no choice but to go up one step at a time. When he was about 100 steps away from the snowy mountain, Su Yu had already activated the upper-tier dragon body. Even so, he was shivering from the cold, and it was difficult for him to move. Bai Yun Hongxian, who had been walking on flat ground before, also hugged her body with her arms, having reached her limit. The remaining 100 steps seemed close at hand, but in fact, it was unreachable. "Su Ruchu, let's give up. If the mountainside is like this, then the coldness at the top of the mountain must be unimaginably strong. If we go up, we'll definitely die." Bai Yun Hongxian's face was pale from the cold, and she was trembling. Give up? Did he have the strength to give up? To cultivate the 8 great laws at the same time, to turn them all into the domain in a short period of time, apart from the divine throne of heaven and earth, what other shortcut could there be? "I don't want to give up until the last moment." Su Yu clenched his teeth and took another step forward. He wanted strength, absolute strength. If he had absolute strength, how could Qin Xian's memory have been taken away by the heavenly law? If he had absolute strength, why would Yun Yazi need to block the fatal sword for Su Yu? Charge! Su Yu's heart was as firm as iron. His body, which had been frozen stiff, suddenly had the strength to rush up dozens of steps. Moreover, he did not stop. Bai Yun Hongxian, who was behind him, was shocked. Su Yu had just taken dozens of quick steps, and each step left a glaring bloody footprint on the ground. The coldness here was too shocking. If one's feet stopped for even a moment, they would immediately be frozen together with the snowy mountain under their feet. Under normal circumstances, by using the power of desolation to dissolve the coldness at the soles of the feet, one could take a step forward with difficulty. However, Su Yu directly abandoned the skin and flesh at the soles of his feet and forcibly climbed up. Therefore, with every step he took, a layer of flesh was torn off. Then, midway, he used his strong vitality to restore his body. This repeated over and over again. His body seemed fine, but the pain came again and again, and it was excruciating. Her eyes flickered with shock, and she suddenly felt that Su Yu's figure was extraordinarily tall. What kind of determination made him want to obtain the divine throne of heaven and earth at all costs? Was it because of her father's order? Obviously not. She silently watched Su Yu as he stepped up to the peak of the snowy mountain. Along the way, he left a glaring trail of red. Standing at the peak of the snowy mountain, Su Yu completely forgot the pain in his feet. He looked at the object in front of him, and his heart was slightly excited. At the peak of the snowy mountain, a throne covered in ice, which had stood there for a short period of time, was reflected in his eyes. The throne was exquisitely carved, and the sun, moon, and stars were suspended around it. On the left side of the armrest was a dragon, and on the right side was a phoenix. The back of the armrest was formed by a hazy brilliance that looked like a galaxy. At first glance, it was as magnificent as a dream. At the same time, a threatening aura of an emperor rushed towards him. The divine throne of heaven and earth. We have finally met. Suyu walked forward with difficulty. With just one step, half of his body was completely frozen, rendering him unable to move. Break. Suyu's remaining right side of his body shook violently, abandoning the frozen half of his body. In an instant, blood was dripping, sprinkling across the snowy sky. However, it was immediately frozen again. With only half of his body left, Suyu's eyes were terrifyingly firm. Life law. The left side of his body was immediately restored. However, the right side of his body was frozen again. Without hesitation, Suyu struggled with the left side of his body, abandoning the right side. He repeatedly endured the extreme pain of his body being torn apart again and again as he walked step by step towards the divine throne of heaven and earth. The closer he got to the throne, the stronger the chill. When he reached the throne, his whole body was frozen from the inside out by the chill. Suyu bent his knees with difficulty and slowly sat down. However, as soon as he touched the divine throne of heaven and earth, an extremely angry will of resistance came from the throne. Just like the Emperor Killer Sword, it had its own spiritual intelligence and would choose a suitable master for itself. If others forcibly occupied it, there would only be one result: death. Boom! A destructive force rushed out from the throne, instantly turning Suyu into ice shard. Resurrection. Suyu's voice came from the ice shards. The fragments gathered again and became Suyu. When have I, Suyu, ever admitted defeat in my life? Suyu sat down again. As long as he wanted to sit on something, even if it was the heavenly law, he would sit on it. Boom! A contemptuous will came from the divine throne of heaven and earth, and another wave of destructive force rushed out. Undying domain. He activated the power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron, forming an immortal domain with himself as the center. Within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, no harm could kill him. Banged! The power of the divine throne of heaven and earth was a destructive force that could kill all pathmasters below the Qiani Great Emperor. Suyu's body could not withstand even the slightest impact and vanished on the spot. However, under the undying domain, his body was restored. Chapter 2260. Even though Suyu had experienced countless painful tempering, he could not help but let out a miserable groan. His reformed body could not help but tremble slightly. I can't admit defeat. The scene of Xiana's memories being stolen and the sorrow of Yunyazi blocking the sword for her replayed in her mind. She gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and leaned against the magnificent starry river on the back. Suddenly, thousands of lights flashed in Suyu's mind at the same time, piercing the chaos in his mind. Many things that he was confused about were instantly understood. His space law emerged involuntarily, and a small wine-red dragon excitedly circled around Suyu's body. In just a short moment, Suyu seemed to understand the difficulties that he had not understood for decades. A virtual image of a scene shrouded the wine-red dragon. This was a sign that the space domain was beginning to take shape. The rumors of the divine throne of heaven and earth were true. However, good times did not last long. Suyu's absorption of the divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to have angered the consciousness of the divine throne of heaven and earth. A destructive force that was twice as powerful as the previous one instantly destroyed Suyu again. However, relying on the immortal domain, Suyu reformed his body. Endless pain lingered in his soul, making it impossible for him to be distracted by comprehension. However, with extremely firm faith, Suyu suppressed the pain and divided 1/10 of his consciousness to continue to absorb the comprehension of the divine throne of heaven and earth. Boom! In exchange, the divine throne of heaven and earth became even more furious. Once, twice, thrice, Suyu had forgotten how many times he had died. Each time, before the pain had dissipated, the pain of being smashed into pieces struck him again. In the eternal pain, Suyu held on for a cup of tea's time. At the moment when the death domain dissipated, the divine throne of heaven and earth once again rushed out with 10 times the original destructive force. One could feel the anger of the divine throne of heaven and earth. However, Su Yu's domain of the space law was at the final moment. In another half a cup of tea's time, he should be able to succeed. If he gave up now, he would fail on the verge of success. Destiny, appear. At the critical moment, Su Yu shouted, and a cloud of destiny appeared above his head. That cloud of air vaguely had the shadow of the divine throne of heaven and earth. This was the Emperor's 4-piece set of destiny that the divine Emperor of heaven and earth had given to Su Yu at the request of Yunyazi. Although he couldn't conquer the Emperor's 4-piece set, he could more or less have some luck with it. Sure enough, after this ball of providence appeared, the consciousness of the heavenly god of heaven and earth seemed to fall into a daze and stopped attacking. Su Yu, on the other hand, seized the precious opportunity to absorb and comprehend it crazily. He only left a portion of his consciousness to guard against the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth. The remaining 90% of his consciousness was immersed in comprehension. In this way, the speed of a domain esper was greatly accelerated. But as time passed, the consciousness of the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to gradually realize that the providence was not the providence that had conquered him. The great divine throne of heaven and earth trembled violently before it erupted with an extremely terrifying power of destruction. At this moment, Su Yu had successfully turned the law of space into a domain, space domain. With Su Yu as the center, the space within 100 feet radius suddenly distorted. It was like a reflection in the water, blown by the wind. The power of destruction that erupted from the great divine throne of heaven and earth was distorted as it brushed past Su Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu leaped away to avoid the fatal blow. The initial formation of the space domain was indeed astonishing. Ordinary attacks might not be able to do anything to him. The only drawback was that the great divine throne of heaven and earth did not recognize him, and he could not continue to turn the other 7 laws into the domain. "I'll bring you back and slowly use it," Su Yu snorted softly. At worst, he would just have to work harder and use the death domain once a day to forcibly absorb the insights of the great divine throne of heaven and earth. No matter what, he had to turn all the laws into the domain. As if sensing danger, the great divine throne of heaven and earth suddenly trembled, shaking off the ice all over its body, and then flew towards the foot of the snowy mountain. Su Yu tapped his toes, ignoring the cold that invaded his body, and immediately chased after it. When he reached the edge of the mountain, the great divine throne of heaven and earth had already flown to the mountainside. Watching it fly further and further away, Su Yu grabbed at the 9-jade spiritual pearl and grabbed a handful of world destruction dust. Each grain of world destruction dust had a terrifying weight that could crush a 5-star civilization, let alone a handful. With a wave of his palm, the sand fell on the great divine throne of heaven and earth. Boom! The great divine throne of heaven and earth was suddenly suppressed by an endless weight, and fell on the mountainside with a loud bang. How could the snowy mountain withstand a whole handful of world destruction dust? With a loud bang, the snowy mountain, which had existed for half a century, completely collapsed with a loud bang. Bai Yun, who was on the mountainside, was shocked and quickly fled down the mountain. At the moment when the snowy mountain collapsed, she escaped to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the white snow flying all over the sky, the splashing ice, and the collapsed snowy mountain, Bai Yun and Hongxian were inexplicably shocked. What happened up there had caused the entire snowy mountain to collapse. Suddenly, her pupils shrank as she found an extremely distorted figure jumping back and forth in the ruins, and finally stopped in front of a ruin. The figure kicked away a large piece of the ruins, revealing an exquisite throne. At this moment, the whole body of the throne was constantly trembling, as if it could not bear the weight. 100 grains of world destruction dust were pressing down on it, so of course it was uncomfortable. However, Su Yu could feel that the great divine throne of heaven and earth did not surrender, and its consciousness was still full of anger. Boom! To Su Yu's slight surprise, the great divine throne of heaven and earth could still resist. Hundreds of destructive power blasted out, and the world destruction dust flew 3 inches high. Then, it took the opportunity to fly away. Su Yu rolled up his sleeves and rolled up the world destruction dust, and at the same time, sprinkled a floating picture in front of him. It was a picture of space constantly changing, from one space to another, changing rapidly. It was as if the picture was a place full of boundless space. This was the space domain. After shrouding the great divine throne of heaven and earth, the great divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to be trapped in a maze. It seemed to be constantly flying forward, but in fact, it was constantly spinning in place. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and walked over quickly, preparing to apply a seal to seal the great divine throne of heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, the earth was full of lotus flowers without warning. Hundreds of lotus flowers, like moths, flew into the space domain, corroding it into small holes the size of a needle's eye. Once there was a flaw in the domain, it was like an ant's hole in a dam of 1,000 miles. The great divine throne of heaven and earth immediately found a weak point, and instantly erupted the destructive power, blasting a gap in the domain, and took the opportunity to jump out of the domain. Suyu's eyes narrowed. Who else could summon lotus flowers to fight against the enemy except for Star Maiden? The great divine throne of heaven and earth is not something you deserve. Star Maiden's cold voice came from the horizon. Her tone did not conceal her hatred for Suyu. Suyu's face fell, and he immediately chased after the great divine throne of heaven and earth, which was gradually flying away. However, as soon as he moved, lotus flowers appeared under his feet. Suyu was slightly angry. Including this time, Star Maiden had interfered with him to seize important treasures twice. I will only warn you once, don't force me. Suyu's voice was full of the space domain. Although he was very far away from Star Maiden, it was as if he was speaking in her ear. At the same time, wherever his voice passed, the lotus flowers on the ground were all twisted into powder by the fragmented space. Star Maiden, who was rushing over, narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "He has succeeded in transforming the rules into the domain. Moreover, it is the space domain." Zhong Wushuang, who was beside her, raised his eyebrows slightly. "What is it? What do you want to say?" Star Maiden asked when she saw Zhong Wushuang's strange expression. Zhong Wushuang had a complicated look in his eyes as he said, "I also know a person who is proficient in the rules of space. However, he should be in a very distant 3-star civilization, at least 1,000 years away from here." Star Maiden did not think much of it. Comprehending the rules of space is indeed a genius, but achieving the domain is the real deal. Occasionally, there were people who comprehended the rules of space by accident in the world, but if they did not achieve the domain, it was nothing. There were very few people like Suyu who could achieve the space domain. Zhong Wushuang was deeply convinced. In his heart, Suyu was still in a 3-star civilization as the Baiyu sect master. How could he know how big the world was? Suyu and I are already at 2 different levels. I don't think we will cross paths again in this life, Zhong Wushuang thought to himself. One was in a 3-star civilization, and the other was about to become a pathmaster. They were like 2 straight lines that would never cross paths again. Let's go after him. Both the purple flame demonic woman and the golden-eyed gentleman need the divine throne of heaven and earth. Once we get it, let them fight to the death, and we can take the opportunity to get rid of their control, Star Maiden said. Zhong Wushuang was slightly doubtful. The golden-eyed gentleman you mentioned is just a master of civilization, isn't he? With all due respect, he probably can't even defeat a finger of the purple flame demonic woman. Haha, the golden-eyed gentleman is just an ordinary master of civilization. Why would I join him? Don't worry, he hides his strength deeper than anyone else, and he is more terrifying. Star Maiden was full of confidence. She was not willing to become the plaything of the purple flame demonic woman, and she tried every possible way to get rid of him. The divine throne of heaven and earth before her was the only thing that could provoke a fight between them. Zhong Wushuang said, "I have a way to subdue the divine throne of heaven and earth within 100,000 feet of it." The 3 of them chased each other from afar. To avoid being recognized by people outside the forbidden death zone, Suyu deliberately hid his figure. The divine throne of heaven and earth fled very quickly, and the chase lasted for 6 whole days. Finally, the divine throne of heaven and earth began to tire, especially after being attacked by Suyu's space domain. Eventually, it slowed down, and Suyu caught up with it. Star Maiden and Zhong Wushuang also caught up with him. Once the Star Maiden's lotus mark was activated, her speed was even faster than that of a pathmaster. Seeing that the divine throne of heaven and earth was just around the corner, Zhong Wushuang was excited, and he secretly clenched his fists. "Hanxian, wait for me." He took a deep breath, and an extremely clear phantom of the throne immediately appeared above his head, as if it had materialized. This was the real destiny of the Tianyun Pathmaster. The divine throne of heaven and earth suddenly trembled and flew towards Zhong Wushuang. Its consciousness was filled with excitement and joy. Su Yu saw this scene and turned to look at Zhong Wushuang. He was surprised for a moment, and then regained his composure. It was unexpected, but it was reasonable. How could Zhong Wushuang be missing when the divine throne of heaven and earth appeared in the world? Looking at the divine throne of heaven and earth rushing towards Zhong Wushuang, Su Yu's eyes turned cold. When he sat on it, the divine throne of heaven and earth tried its best to destroy him. However, as soon as Zhong Wushuang appeared, he was like a dog that had seen meat and took the initiative to recognize him as its master. Chapter 2261. If you want to recognize me as your master, have you asked for my permission? Su Yu waved his hand, and a fiery red bracelet appeared in his palm. It was the relic of the great emperor of Tianyi. He took one out with 2 fingers and threw it at the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Bang! The bead erupted with a terrifying power that far exceeded the patriarch's, blasting the divine throne of heaven and earth down from the sky. The throne, which was originally surrounded by fluorescent light, was now much dimmer. The entire throne was trembling. In the distance, Star Maiden and Zhong Wushuang couldn't help but glare angrily. What the hell? That was the heaven and earth divine throne. It was used to sit, not to fight. However, Su Yu did not stop. Then, a space domain trapped him in place, rendering him unable to move. At the same time, he took out the sinful sword and chased after him. Seeing this, Star Maiden was anxious and angry. "Su, if you can't get it, don't you want others to get it?" She formed a seal with her 2 fingers, and countless lotus flowers immediately spread out from the ground. They rushed forward and corroded a small hole in the space domain. Only then could the heavenly throne of heaven and earth shatter the domain and seize the opportunity to escape. However, Su Yu had already caught up with him. Zhaoxi, the most powerful sword, coupled with the incomparably sharp sinful sword, stabbed into the armrest of the throne. The heavenly divine throne of the heavens and earth trembled violently, and a crack appeared on the armrest from Su Yu's stab. However, this did not stop. Su Yu took out a silver fruit with a broken shell and poured out a stone from the fruit onto the divine throne of heaven and earth. The indestructible heavenly throne of heaven and earth suddenly let out a creaking sound as if it couldn't bear the weight. Hairline cracks appeared on the 4 legs, and the cracks continued to expand, looking like they were about to be completely crushed. Star Maiden and Zhong Wushuang's eyes almost popped out of their socket. The heavenly throne of heaven and earth was about to be completely destroyed. At the same time, a furious roar came from the throne. Streams of destructive power surged out from it in an attempt to blast the stone away. However, the rock was terrifyingly heavy, and it was completely unmoved no matter how the energy of destruction attacked it. Instead, it pressed down onto the throne to the point it ceaselessly sank downwards. To be more precise, the entire earth was being pressed downwards. In the blink of an eye, the uplifted ruins were compressed into a concave basin. Moreover, the basin was still sinking rapidly. It was as if it was going to crush the entire heavenly legacy cave. Seeing that the divine throne of heaven and earth was about to be destroyed, Su Yu held the shell of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo in his hand and put the stone away. Only then could the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth take a breather. However, its consciousness had already been traumatized by Su Yu. She didn't even bother to throw herself into Zhong Wushuang's arms anymore. She spun around and dashed away. Su Yu's eyes were ice cold as he chased after him with his sword in hand. The consciousness of the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth seemed to have sensed it. It shivered and ran for its life. Star Maiden and Zhong Wushuang followed behind, both shocked and furious. What's the background of that pirate leader surnamed Su? Zhong Wushuang was both annoyed and surprised. Judging from his cultivation, he should be around the same level as him. But his swordsmanship was terrifyingly brilliant. Moreover, he had so many strange but incomparably powerful things in his hands. For example, the bracelet and the silver fruit. Each item was more exaggerated than the last. I also want to ask. The Star Maiden's face became gloomy. She had been in close contact with Suyu, so she assumed that she had already discovered some of his secrets. But who would have thought that he had hidden himself too deeply? What he had discovered was only the tip of the iceberg. The three of them chased after the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth one after another. One day later, the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth was forced to the edge of the forbidden death zone. Outside the forbidden zone were the leaders of the various influences. Once the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth went out, he would be easily captured. Seeing that he had nowhere to go, Suyu took a step forward and was about to use the space domain to seal him completely and take him away. Unexpectedly, right at that moment, two people with awe-inspiring auras charged out from the side. One of them was merely a half-step Dowlord, so Suyu didn't really care. The other was a strong man at the level of a family master. They seemed to have been lying in ambush. They suddenly attacked Suyu, aiming for his vital parts. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. At this critical moment, he suddenly displayed the upper-level heavenly dragon body and transformed into a shining, holy half-human half-dragon. He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the half-step Dowlord fiercely. His right hand grasped the sinful sword and displayed the morning and night technique. 1 against 2. Bang! With 2 consecutive dull sounds, the half-step Dowlord retreated frantically, the sound of something shattering coming from his body. Transparent glass-like fragments were scattered all over the ground under his robe. His eyes were filled with shock and lingering fear. My heavenly treasure robe. It was a defensive treasure robe from the heavenly heritage era. Under normal circumstances, even a strong man at the level of a family master couldn't even break it. However, at this moment, his opponent had shattered it with a single punch. The strength of his physique was unimaginable. Similarly, the strong man at the level of a family master didn't have it any better. His whole body was covered with sword wounds, and his domain had been cut in half by a single sword strike. Who are you? The strong man at the level of a family master was shocked. His opponent was wearing a bamboo hat that could conceal his aura and prevent others from seeing his true appearance. However, he couldn't think of anyone else who possessed a terrifying strength that wasn't any weaker than the family masters. Xia Donglai, Xia Rukan, the two of you really have a good plan, Suyu said calmly. The two of them must have discovered the existence of the heaven and earth great divine throne a long time ago. They must have also discovered that Suyu and the others were chasing after him. However, they didn't show themselves and just hid in the dark. They waited until Suyu was alone before suddenly attacking him. They wanted to kill Suyu and snatch the heaven and earth great divine throne. However, they didn't expect Suyu's strength to be so ridiculously strong. Not only did they fail to kill him, but they were also seriously injured by him. Your Excellency, the heaven and earth great divine throne involves the entire 7 unique civilizations. It's not something you can monopolize. You'd better leave as soon as possible to avoid disaster. Xia Rukan warned. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Suyu's cold eyes. You don't deserve to say that. Xia Donglai couldn't even withstand a simple blow from Xia Donglai, yet he still had the cheek to warn Suyu. Was he feeling too good about himself, or had he been conceited for too long? Xia Rukan had always been proud and arrogant. He considered himself the number 1 person among the younger generation of the 7 unique civilizations. Chenna, he's right. Don't say meaningless things, Xia Donglai said calmly, stopping Xia Rukan from speaking. If the other party was angered and insisted on killing Xia Rukan, Xia Donglai might not be able to stop him. Xia Donglai looked at Suyu and said, Your Excellency, how about we make a deal? Give the heaven and earth great divine throne to the 7th peerless family, and you can ask for anything you want. If he couldn't kill Suyu, he would make a deal in exchange. Hearing this, Suyu gently shook his head. Are you grandfather and grandson all equally arrogant? Is the 7th peerless family worth more than an armrest of the heaven and earth great divine throne? What are you going to give me in exchange? Suyu had no interest in talking to them. He flew toward the heaven and earth great divine throne in an instant and said without turning his head, Don't do anything stupid. Chapter 2262. Xia Rukan's self-esteem was stimulated and he was about to chase after them, but he was stopped by Xia Donglai, who shook his head and said, "Don't act rashly. But can we just watch as he takes away the heavenly divine throne right under our noses?" Xia Rukan said unwillingly. Xia Donglai calmly sheathed his sword and said, "Your father did not rely on us to obtain the divine throne of heaven and earth. The real battlefield is outside." Xia Yian and the Purple Flame Demoness were the true powerhouses in the fight for the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Their mission, as well as Star Maiden and John Wushuang's, was actually just to find the divine throne of heaven and earth and bring it out of the forbidden death zone. In the end, it would be up to Xia Yian and the Purple Flame Demoness to decide who would end up with it. In a few strides, Su Yu caught up with the great divine priest of the heaven and earth, who had no way out. He confined him with a space domain, and then quickly set up a seal so that he could not move. The heavenly throne of heaven and earth was finally in his hand. However, it was only temporary. Su Yu narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the scene outside. This was the edge of the forbidden death zone, so how could the battle just now be hidden from the powerhouses outside? Xie Xiaoye, Emperor Po Jun, Mie Zheng, the leaders of the third and fifth peerless families, Xia Yian, the Purple Flame Demoness, the Greedy Wolf King, Snow Dream Flying Rain, and others had all arrived. Countless pairs of almost solid eyes stared at Su Yu and the heavenly divine throne in his hand. Because of the frost immortal moths, they did not dare to barge in. However, if Su Yu wanted to go out and successfully escape from them, the possibility was almost zero. At the same time, Star Lady and John Wushuang caught up. Star Maiden stared fixedly at the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. When she got closer, she launched an attack to snatch the heavenly throne. If it weren't for Star Maiden and John Wushuang, Su Yu would have been able to slowly transform the rules into a domain in the forbidden death zone. But now, there was a tiger in front and a wolf behind. Su Yu's mind was racing, and after a moment, a look of determination flashed across his eyes. He tore open the seal of the heavenly throne of heaven and earth and said, "Whether you can escape or not will depend on your luck." Then, amidst the Star Maiden's shouts, she pushed the heavenly divine throne out of the forbidden death zone. Instead of being hunted down by the whole world, it was better to let the world fight to the death for the great divine throne of the heaven and earth first, and then Su Yu could snatch it away at the end. The moment the heavenly throne of heaven and earth appeared in the outside world, Xia Yian and the Purple Flame Demoness made their moves at the same time. At this moment, Xia Yian unleashed his true cultivation base. Her aura was on par with the Purple Flame Demoness. The latter was shocked. "Ichthyosaur realm," Xia Yian said indifferently, "Please show mercy, Purple Flame Demoness." Humph. The Purple Flame Demoness body was engulfed in flames as she charged toward the divine throne of heaven and earth. Xia Yian also rushed over. The two of them inevitably confronted each other in public. The resulting destructive shockwave could only be described as peerless. Half of the heavenly legacy cave abode began to shake because of it. The heaven and earth divine throne was sandwiched between the two. After being shaken, it spun around and fled in another direction. Xia Yian and the Purple Flame Demoness refused to give in to each other. Neither of them had any intention of stopping. Xie Xiaoye's eyes flashed. She took the opportunity to rush up and grab the divine throne of heaven and earth. However, Emperor Defeating Army was also ready to take action. He immediately rushed forward. A mere pirate alliance dares to touch the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Get lost. The two of them had new and old grudges. They immediately started fighting each other. The heavenly god of heaven and earth was rather cunning. After causing the two to fight, he flew away. Everywhere they passed, there was an intense battle. Before long, the entire restricted area was filled with smoke and fire. The heavenly god of heaven and earth was not in a hurry to escape. Instead, he dodged left and right, weaving through the crowd and incessantly causing battles. Finally, when the entire area was in chaos, he finally fled in a predetermined direction. Most of the people were still engaged in battle. Only a few people noticed him and hurriedly gave chase. As such, the pressure on the heavenly god of heaven and earth was greatly reduced. Su Yu's eyes flashed. His figure, which was standing with his hands behind his back, distorted and shattered into ripples. The next moment, a distorted figure slowly appeared behind Xia Yian and the others. This was the magical effect of the space domain. As long as one's consciousness could reach it, they could travel across space. In terms of speed, Xia Yian and the others were not as fast. However, he was not in a hurry to catch up. If he obtained the heavenly god of heaven and earth now, he would only become a target for everyone. The crowd chased after him. A few days later, they had traversed half of the Heavenly Legacy Cave abode and arrived at the central region. Xia Yian and the purple flame demonic woman temporarily put aside their dispute and joined forces to chase after the heavenly god of heaven and earth, trapping him in a region. Without a word, the purple flame demonic woman flicked a blue jade pendant hanging in front of her chest. The jade pendant spontaneously combusted in the air and turned into a towering flame. In an instant, the entire region turned into a raging sea of fire, engulfing the heavenly god of heaven and earth. Xia Yian frowned and punched it, but the sea of fire only shook slightly. Divine flame domain. Xia Yian's expression changed slightly. Among the 4 demons of the Starfire civilization, the most powerful one was the divine flame demonic woman. She had not shown her face for half an era, but half an era ago, she was already a strong man whose name shook the Taichu era. When she became famous, the Tianyi Great Emperor had not yet been born. Now, no one knew the true strength of the divine flame demonic woman. However, judging from the domain before them, she was probably so powerful that people could only look up to her. She might even have stepped into that legendary realm. Haha, the heavenly god of heaven and earth is mine after all. The purple flame demonic woman curled her finger, and the towering flame enveloping the heavenly god of heaven and earth shrank and flew toward her palm. Seeing that the heavenly god of heaven and earth was about to fall into someone else's hands, the strong men who had rushed over finally stopped hiding. Tianyi right hand. Xie Xiaoye clenched her teeth and summoned a stone-grey palm. An eye was embedded in the center of the palm. The eye was originally tightly shut, but after Xie Xiaoye injected energy into it, the eye suddenly opened as if it were a living thing. Instantly, the purple flame demonic woman's body started to petrify. A hint of wariness appeared in the purple flame demonic woman's eyes. One of the 6 treasures of the heavenly legacy. Petrify right hand. She quickly raised her finger that could still move, and a ball of purple flames burned on her waist. The flames immediately burned her entire body, directly burning the petrified body to prevent it from endangering her entire body. Xie Xiaoye was shocked. She can even resist the treasure left behind by the Tianyi Great Emperor? Even if the purple flame demonic woman's strength wasn't on the level of the Tianyi Great Emperor, she was not far from it. Watch me. Emperor Pajuan grinned and also summoned a hand. He clenched his other 4 fingers, and only his index finger was raised. He clenched his fist and pointed at the purple flame demonic woman. Tianyi left palm. Instantly, the flames on the purple flame demonic woman's body were extinguished, and ice appeared from the inside out. The extinguishing of the flames caused the petrification to continue. However, this was not enough. At least, it was not enough to kill the purple flame demonic woman. Tianyi foot. Mie Zheng had also obtained a treasure left behind by the Tianyi Great Emperor. It was a crystal foot the size of a fist, and it looked like an accessory. Chapter 2263. The purple flame demonic woman had the power of petrification and the power of ice. She was completely defenseless. She spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot after being stomped by the foot. The 3 treasures of the 6 treasures of the heavenly legacy would have turned anyone else into ashes. However, the purple flame demonic woman was merely injured. Moreover, it was only a minor injury. Hee. The purple flame demonic woman laughed. Her laughter made the hearts of everyone present jump. Her voice became low and sinister. What can you do to me, a fallen civilization? With a low growl, the purple flame demonic woman's body surged with dark purple flames. First, she evaporated the ice, then extinguished the power of petrification in her body. Finally, she grabbed the heavenly divine throne with one hand and lifted the giant foot that was suppressing her with the other. Scram! With a furious roar, the purple flame demonic woman shook her arm and sent the giant foot flying. The onlookers were shocked. Even the 3 treasures of the heavenly legacy could not suppress the purple flame demonic woman. How strong was she? Only 3 of the 6 treasures had appeared. The other 3 had yet to appear. The demonic soulstone was in Su Yu's hands, and the golden-eyed Langjun had the treasure in his abdomen. The last one was in the hands of no one knew who had it. You've run out of ideas, haven't you? If that's the case, it's my turn now. The flames on the purple flame demonic woman's body surged, emitting a terrifying aura. Xia Yian's expression changed slightly. All of you, back off. It was obvious that the purple flame demonic woman had been suppressed by the many martial artists of the 7 unique civilizations. She was furious and ready to kill. Su Yu, who was in the crowd, secretly held the bracelet in his hand. If he had no other choice, he would have to attack. The remaining 6 pearls would not be able to kill the purple flame demonic woman, but they would still be able to injure her a little. Everyone retreated, and some even ran away. However, at that moment, a beautiful figure appeared 3 feet behind the furious purple flame demonic woman. It was none other than Bai Yun Hongxian. Holding the other foot, she appeared with a calm look in her eyes. The 7 unique civilizations will not tolerate your impudence. After saying that, she channeled the power of desolation into the right foot in her hand. In an instant, he kicked the purple flame demoness back. Bai Yun Hongxian's concealment technique was too brilliant. Not only did Su Yu not notice her, but even someone as strong as the purple flame demoness was caught off guard, allowing her to appear within 3 feet of him. What was even more surprising was the last relic, the heavenly right foot. Everyone thought that it would be in the hands of the 3rd, 5th, or even Xia Yian. In the end, it was not. It was in the hands of Bai Yun Hongxian, who no one paid any attention to. Under unexpected circumstances, the purple flame demoness suffered a sudden attack. Just as his aura was rising, he was sent flying by a kick that sent him vomiting blood. His body was also sent flying countless mountains and rivers. The heavenly throne of heaven and earth in her left hand finally slipped out of her grasp. Before the great god could escape, he was easily captured by Bai Yun Hongxian. Seeing this, Su Yu was secretly shocked. As expected, he could not underestimate the golden-eyed Langjuan's daughter. She was the one who hid the most. Even Su Yu had almost forgotten about it. But in the end, she was the one who appeared out of nowhere and snatched the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. Moreover, Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not believe that with Bai Yun Hongxian's intelligence, she could not fail to see that whoever held the heavenly throne of heaven and earth was their common enemy. If she dared to hold it in her hands, she must have something to rely on. As expected, before anyone could take action, a loud laughter came from afar. Well done. Bai Yun Hongxian smiled at the person behind her. Father. Everyone looked over. They could not see anyone, but in the blink of an eye, the golden-eyed Langjun teleported in front of everyone in an extremely strange way. Even the many guests that he had brought along with him stood in a row behind him. Golden-eyed Langjun? Xia Yian looked at him with a different expression than when he looked at the other masters of the aristocratic families. The way he looked at the golden-eyed Langjun was obviously a little fearful. Haha, how have you been, everyone? The golden-eyed Langjun cupped his fists and bowed to everyone present. Everyone's eyes were burning with greed. It was obviously easier for the purple flame demonic woman to snatch the heavenly throne of heaven and earth from the golden-eyed Langjun. Without receiving a response from anyone, the golden-eyed Langjun smiled and took the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. He gently caressed the throne and said with a faint smile, "The heavenly throne of heaven and earth, you are a great treasure that many people dream of obtaining. But how many people really understand you?" His inexplicable words seemed to have not been heard by the crowd, who were filled with the desire to snatch it. Finally, the Paduan Emperor could not hold it in any longer. He rushed forward and shouted, "Golden-eyed Langjun, put down the heavenly throne if you don't want to die." The golden-eyed Langjun laughed contemptuously. "You are a fool." Crash. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yun Hongxian used the heavenly right leg to kick him. The Paduan Emperor snorted coldly. "I have the heavenly 6 treasures too." He took out the heavenly frozen palm and collided with the heavenly right leg. The two were equally matched. Miezheng could not hold it in any longer. He leaped up. Me too. Xie Xiaoye did not want to be left behind. She flew up with her left hand. I must get the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. 3 treasures against 1 treasure. There was no doubt about the outcome. The treasures in Bai Yun Hongxian's hands flew out. Seeing the powerful power of the 3 treasures charging forward, aiming to kill Bai Yun Hongxian retreated slowly, as if she was not worried at all. The smile on the golden-eyed Langjuan's face deepened. The heavenly 6 treasures also have different levels. If you snatch them without any purpose, you will only benefit others. He flipped his palm, and a beating heart appeared in his palm. In that heart, there was a mixture of blood. There was divine blood, and there was also the blood of the Pathmaster. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recalled the time when the golden-eyed Langjun went around capturing people and pouring their blood into the pool of blood. At that time, he saw the pool of blood tumbling as if there was something inside. Now that he thought about it, it was this treasure that was absorbing the blood. What was extremely strange was that when the 5th treasure appeared, the other 4 treasures all underwent strange changes. The first was the heavenly right leg that flew out of his hand. It flew towards the area around the heart. The other 3 treasures controlled by Xie Xiaoye, Pajuan Emperor, and Mie Zheng were trembling uncontrollably. They struggled to break free from the control of the 3 of them. The 3 of them were shocked. They did not understand what was happening. They tried their best to control the treasures that they had obtained with great difficulty. Who knew that the treasures would turn around and attack them, forcing them to let go of them? The 3 of them were not the purple flame demonis. If they were attacked by the treasures, they would be turned into ashes. They threw away the treasures, their scalps numb. Thus, the 3 treasures returned to the area around the heart, like swallows returning to their nest. At this point, all 5 treasures had fallen into the hands of the golden-eyed Langjun. Ha ha! The golden-eyed Langjun laughed loudly. He suddenly bit his finger and dripped a drop of the Pathmaster's blood. Chapter 2264. They turned into flesh and blood, bones, skin, and hair, wrapping around the 5 pieces of the heavenly legacy. In 3 breaths of time, it condensed into a humanoid creature. His facial features were clear and extremely similar to Xie Yian's. This day has finally come. Golden-eyed Playboy took a deep breath and calmed his excitement. On the other hand, the crowd was filled with fear. Only then did they realize what the 5 heavenly treasures represented. Those were the 5 body parts of the Sky Legacy Emperor. Hands, feet, heart. Could it be that not only was the Qiani Emperor dead, but he was also dismembered into 6 parts and hidden in his own cave abode? Everyone felt as if they were being baptized by the torrent of history, allowing them to unravel the mysteries of half an era. Back then, the Sky Legacy Emperor, who looked down on the starry sky, disappeared overnight, and his whereabouts were unknown. The glorious heavenly legacy era was reduced to the dust of history. Today, a corner of the eternal truth had been uncovered. The Sky Legacy Heavenly Emperor had already fallen in his own Sky Legacy cave abode. Xie Yian stared at the body that had been reconstructed from 5 parts of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body. Finally, he stared at the golden-eyed Playboy. Who are you? As a descendant of the Sky Legacy Emperor, even Xie Yian did not know the secret of the Sky Legacy cave abode. However, golden-eyed Langjun knew it like the back of his hand. The golden-eyed scholar smiled gently. There was a sense of relief hidden in his smile. I am the same as you, a descendant from the Heavenly Legacy era. The difference is that you have the bloodline of the Sky Legacy Emperor, while I am the descendant of the Sky Legacy Emperor's Empress. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. There were many historical records of the Sky Legacy the Arch, but there were very few mentions of the Sky Legacy Theater's Empress. Even if she did, it was only in a few words. Her presence was very insignificant. Only Xie Yian knew more secrets. He muttered, no wonder. I've always found it strange that you, who have never comprehended the law of time, possess the ability to connect the past and future of time. So, you are the descendant of the time and space god of death. Ordinary people only knew that the Sky Legacy Emperor's strength was unparalleled in the world. He defeated all the surrounding civilizations and created endless glory for the Sky Legacy civilization. However, Could a single Tianyi emperor support such prosperity? How vast was the great beginning realm? Was there no lord of civilization more powerful than the Tianyi emperor? Of course. For example, the divine flaming demoness from the Starfire civilization. She was a sovereign-level powerhouse who had dominated the past and present. She could look down on all the masters of the seven-star civilizations. Then why was the Heavenly Legacy civilization able to grow so quickly and smoothly? It was all because of the existence of the Empress who had mastered the space and time domain. During the pioneering era of the Tianyi civilization, whenever they encountered an opponent that even the Tianyi Emperor could not contend against, the Empress hiding behind the scenes would take action. She activated time reversal, returning to the past, appearing when the enemy was weak or had a flaw, and killing them in another time and space. No enemy had ever been able to escape her pursuit. Therefore, he was known as the god of death of time and space, meaning that he was the god of death who walked in time and space. This was the truth behind the Heavenly Legacy civilization's glory and prosperity. Although the Tianyi Great Emperor had created a great empire, the Empress behind the scenes was the true pioneer. Without her, the Heavenly Legacy civilization would only be a mid-level 7-star civilization. Then, one day, for some reason, the Tianyi Emperor disappeared, and the Queen was nowhere to be found. The entire Tianyi civilization soon fell apart. Xia Yi had never imagined that the number one aristocratic family under her eyes was actually the descendants of the Empress. He stared at the golden-eyed playboy and said, "So you are both the descendants of the Tianyi Emperor. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If we join forces, we might be able to bring the 7 civilizations back to the peak of the Tianyi era." Everyone in the 7 civilizations looked forward to the Tianyi era. Xia Yi was no exception. However, the golden-eyed playboy only laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha. Cooperate with the descendants of the Tianyi Emperor? Do you know how the Tianyi Great Emperor died?" All of a sudden, everyone focused their attention. The fall of the Tianyi Great Emperor was an eternal mystery, a mystery that everyone longed to unravel. Su Yu's eyes darted back and forth between the golden-eyed playboy and Xia Yi. He had some guesses in his heart. It probably had something to do with Pianxian's concubine, right? Xia Yi's pupils shrank, and he cupped his fists. "If you know anything, please enlighten me." "There is no need for enlightening me. As a descendant of the Tianyi Great Emperor, you should know," the golden-eyed playboy said calmly. "The Tianyi Great Emperor was killed by the Empress in a fit of rage." What? Everyone was petrified on the spot. They had speculated for a long time. The most common guess was that the Tianyi Great Emperor had angered a super strong man during the expansion of the Tianyi civilization. That was why the Tianyi Great Emperor had been killed or captured overnight. But the truth was so absurd. He had not died at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of the Empress, who had painstakingly helped him conquer half of his empire. Moreover, she had cruelly divided his body into 6 pieces and buried them in the Tianyi Great Emperor's cavern world. How is it? Are you surprised? Absolutely impossible, Xia Yi said in a low voice. According to the historical records of my family, the Empress's love for the Tianyi Great Emperor was the most sincere. She knew that by reversing the flow of time, she would not live for more than 500 years, but for the sake of her lover's empire, she willingly sacrificed herself. The golden-eyed playboy laughed coldly. Yes, it is precisely because the love is so deep that the hatred is so deep. What kind of hatred would cause the Empress to dismember his body in a fit of rage? The Tianyi Great Emperor betrayed the Empress. The golden-eyed playboy said coldly. At his most glorious moment, he abandoned the Empress and married a woman named Pianxian. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled bitterly. He had guessed correctly. That strange palace of Pianxian and the strange corpse had always puzzled Su Yu. Xia Yi frowned. As an emperor, isn't it normal for the Tianyi Great Emperor to have many wives and concubines? How could he have abandoned her? The golden-eyed playboy laughed coldly with a hint of anger. It is indeed normal for him to have many wives and concubines, but the Tianyi Great Emperor asked the Empress to give the position of the Empress's wife to Pianxian, and because he was afraid of the Empress's time and space domain, he poisoned her with the heavenly law and was prepared to destroy her domain. Is this normal? Had such a thing happened? Had the Qiani Great Emperor really done that? A woman who had sacrificed her life and her lifespan to help her lover conquer the empire had ended up like this. Even if they revered the Qiani Great Emperor, they felt that the Empress was unworthy. The Qiani Great Emperor had not only disappointed the Empress's heart, but he had also killed her. So, that night, the Empress's temperament changed drastically. She killed the Qiani Great Emperor with her own hands and buried his body in the Qiani cavern. The golden-eyed playboy's words were laced with coldness. Xie Yian was silent for a long time before he let out a long sigh. He did not want to believe the truth, but it seemed that he had no choice but to doubt it. That was the only way to explain the sudden collapse of the Qiani civilization. After a pause, Xie Yian said, "Golden-eyed playboy, that is already a matter of our ancestors. You and I are both the descendants of the Qiani Great Emperor and the Empress. From today onwards, we will work hand in hand to inflict heavy damage to the Qiani Great Era." Chapter 2265. Dream on. The golden-eyed gentleman seemed to have gone mad. How can the Empress' grievances be erased with just a few words? Xie Yian frowned deeply. If what the golden-eyed scholar said was true, then the first and seventh families were the same. They were both descendants of the Qiani the Great and the Empress. However, the seventh peerless clan considered themselves to be the successor of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. The first peerless family was the Empress. Essentially, they were of the same bloodline. Then what do you want? Xie Yian asked calmly. Golden-eyed playboy had a crazed look on his face. Of course, it's to destroy this place that made the Empress sad. His original intention was to destroy the 7 absolute civilizations. Moreover, not only did he have the intention, but he also had the ability. Xie Yian's heart sank as he stared at the Sky Legacy Emperor's body. It was hard to say how strong the amalgamation of the Sky Legacy Emperor's 5 bodies was. Golden-eyed Lang Jun, please wake up. Even if the Great Emperor owes the Empress, that is the long-cherished wish of our 7th peerless family and your 1st peerless family. Is there a need to destroy the entire 7 ultimate civilizations? The other aristocratic families did not provoke the Empress. Hearing this, golden-eyed Langjuan's cold smile deepened. Then you should ask their ancestors what the Empress' last words were. Were they supposed to guard the Heavenly Legacy civilization? But what did they do? Carve up the Heavenly Remains civilization during the chaos. A group of rebels and traitors, they deserve to die. The Golden-Eye Prince reprimanded. There was such a secret. Back then, although the Queen was devastated, she did not vent her anger on the innocent Heavenly Legacy civilization. Instead, she allowed the loyal subjects of the Heavenly Legacy civilization to continue guarding the Heavenly Legacy civilization. What the Empress didn't expect was that not long after she left, the officials started to act out of selfishness. They started to scheme against each other and fight against each other. In the end, it developed into a war between them, and the Sky Legacy Heavenly Empire fell apart as a result, resulting in the current situation of the 7 absolute clans. Xie Yian shouted, "Then what about the ordinary people? Did they mistreat the Empress?" The golden-eyed scholar chuckled. "Since all of you are dead, this debt will be written off. Naturally, it will not endanger the common people." At this point, anyone would be able to discern golden-eyed Langjuan's true intentions. Avenge the Empress? They were separated by half an epoch, and there was no connection between them at all. What motive did golden-eyed Lang Jun have to avenge the Empress? His true motive was just to gloriously eradicate all the forces in the 7 absolute civilizations and justifiably unify the 7 absolute civilizations. Xie Yian's eyes darkened, and he said coolly, "That will depend on whether or not we resign ourselves to death." He took the initiative to attack, and a vast domain appeared behind him. His domain was like a boundless great river. It surged over as if it was real, devouring the sun, moon, and stars. In front of such a domain, patriarch-level powerhouses were like moths flying into a flame, instantly extinguished. However, the golden-eyed playboy was not afraid at all. Instead, he let out a long roar, "Fine, I'll show you the remaining power of the Sky Legacy Emperor." He let go of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body and injected a strand of Daelord's power into it. This power was like a key to open a sealed door. The Sky Legacy Emperor's body trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His eyes were empty and soulless. Go. Golden-eyed Langjun said. Because the creation of this body was guided by a drop of golden-eyed Langjuan's blood essence, the Sky Legacy Emperor's body was very obedient to him. Furthermore, it was spiritually connected to the golden-eyed Langjun, and it understood what he meant and who he wanted to kill. The Sky Legacy Emperor took a step toward Xia Yi-en. This step seemed to cause the entire Sky Legacy cave abode to tremble. The domain that Xia Yi-en had condensed was directly shattered. He grunted as if he had suffered a heavy blow, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A single strike from the void had injured Xia Yi-en, the strongest powerhouse in the 7 absolute civilizations. The patriarchs who had been hoping for a fluke changed their expressions, and they immediately fled in all directions. However, the Sky Legacy Emperor merely stomped his foot on the ground, and the space within 100,000 feet suddenly became abnormally heavy, pressing down on everyone. The patriarchs who had been fleeing fell to the ground at the same time. Under that suffocating pressure, their Daelord's power seemed to be condensed within their bodies, and they could not unleash any of it. The pupils of the Pejuan Emperor, Miezheng, and the others shrank to the size of needles. Was that the power of the Sky Legacy Emperor? To be precise, it was only the remnant power, not even 1,000th of his true power. Even so, it was enough to suppress these so-called patriarchs to the point where they could not even retaliate. Kill them all. Leave no one alive, the golden-eyed scholar ordered coldly. The Sky Legacy Emperor's body immediately took another step forward. Instantly, a pressure 10 times stronger than before suddenly pressed down on every patriarch. The Pejuan Emperor and Miezheng were shocked. Without any hesitation, they took out the other treasures they had found in the Sky Legacy cave abode. Unfortunately, both of them obtained defensive magic treasures. The Pejuan Emperor took out a round pearl that floated above his head. It emitted a clear light that enveloped his body. Miezheng took out a puppet to block in front of him to share the boundless pressure coming from above. The patriarchs of the 3rd and 5th absolute families were not so lucky. They did not have powerful artifacts to protect themselves, and under the pressure 10 times stronger than before, they were suddenly crushed into dust. Not even a drop of Daelord's blood was left behind, and everything was turned into dust. 2 patriarchs were killed in an instant. The Pejuan Emperor and Miezheng, who had luckily escaped death, did not have time to rejoice, because the Sky Legacy Emperor took another step forward. This time, the pressure was even more powerful. The round pearl on top of the Pejuan Emperor's head finally could not bear the pressure anymore, and with a crack, it shattered. The Pejuan Emperor suffered a heavy blow, and he was sent flying backward while vomiting blood, his face golden. Miezheng was not much better off. Even though the puppet helped to share some of the pressure this time was too great. His body finally could not bear it, and blood flowed continuously from his pores. In front of the Sky Legacy Emperor, they were like ants. The golden-eyed scholar laughed sinisterly. Everyone, let's kill them together. He had only targeted the patriarchs just now. Xie Xiaoye, Su Yu, Xue Mengfeu, and the others had not been attacked yet. After a slight pause, the Sky Legacy Emperor lifted his foot high into the air. Boom! The atmosphere in the Sky Legacy cave abode flowed crazily. Countless spiritual veins were rapidly drying up, and the sky was rapidly darkening. The distant space barrier was faintly discernible. This stomp would destroy more than half of the Sky Legacy cave abode. None of the people present would be able to survive. Xia Yian's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "Don't hold back anymore, or all of you will die." The direction he was referring to was not the heavily injured Pejuan Emperor and Miezheng, but the ruins in the distance. Thud. Within the ruins, raging flames suddenly spouted out, and in an instant, the ruins were burned to ashes. A woman, whose whole body was burning with purple flames, walked over slowly. "Good. You have the ability to plot against me." The purple flame demoness wiped away a drop of Daelord's blood from the corner of her mouth, and glared fiercely at Bai Yun Hongxian. Swish. She clenched her left hand, and a long spear burning with purple flames appeared with a flicker. Chapter 2266. Seeing that he was being serious, Xia Yian did not hide anymore and took out a large seal from his sleeve. The large seal was none other than the imperial seal of the Qianni Great Emperor. In terms of divine power, few treasures of the Qianni Great Emperor were more powerful than the imperial seal. The grin on the golden-eyed playboy's face faded slightly and was replaced with fear. However, there was no turning back now. Go! Roar! The Qianni Great Emperor let out a low roar and charged forward, taking 6 or 7 steps in a row. Each step was more powerful than the last. The purple flame demoness and Xia Yian felt like mountains were falling on them, and they were in great pain. However, they were all strong men who had experienced countless battles. They endured the pain and joined forces to fight back. Heaven-splitting purple spear. Qianni's mandate. The two treasures were unleashed at the same time, and the tremendous power produced shook the entire Qianni cavern. The rivers changed their course, the mountains shifted, the earth rolled, and the sky split open. The combined power of the two was unparalleled. Not only did the Qianni Great Emperor's foot not land, it was blasted away, causing the Qianni Great Emperor to retreat continuously. Finally, he staggered and fell to the ground. The purple flame demoness and Xia Yian stood side by side. One emitted an evil purple flame, while the other held a golden sun in his hand. One purple and one golden, they looked like two gods of war. The golden-eyed playboy's eyes were calm. He did not expect Xia Yian and the purple flame demoness to have such powerful trump cards. However, the gloomy look on his face only flickered for a moment before disappearing. It was replaced by a deep, cold smile. Fortunately, the heavenly throne of heaven and earth is in my hands. Otherwise, you would have turned the tables. He tore open the seal of the heavenly throne of heaven and earth. The Qianni Great Emperor sat on it, stupefied. Suddenly, the heavenly throne of heaven and earth released a terrible destructive power. It seemed like it did not approve of the Qianni Great Emperor's reconstructed body. However, the body of the Qianni Great Emperor was not something Su Yu could compare with. The destructive power could not harm his body at all. Instead, it was absorbed by the Qianni Great Emperor. Then, the Qianni Great Emperor raised his finger and pointed at the purple flame demoness and Xia Yian. To their shock, his finger actually emanated the energy of destruction from the divine throne of the heavens and the earth. It turned out that the Sky Legacy Martial Monarch's body was able to use the star transposition technique to attack others with the power of destruction. Although the destructive force was unable to destroy the Sky Legacy Martial Monarch, it was more than enough to destroy the purple flame demoness and Xia Yian. Dodge! Xia Yian's eyelids twitched violently. He and the purple flame demoness immediately dodged in different directions. Bang! Although the power of destruction didn't hit them, the remaining power still injured them. Most shockingly, the divine flames on the purple flame demoness sky-splitting purple spear were extinguished. As for the seal in Xia Yian's hand, cracks appeared on it, and its power was halved. Their hearts were heavy to the extreme. The destructive power of the heavenly throne of heaven and earth was truly too terrifying. Golden-eyed Longjuan's heart was at ease. The corners of his lips curled up as he said, "Accumulate your strength and destroy all of them." The Sky Legacy Heavenly Monarch sat still on the heavenly throne of heaven and earth, allowing the heavenly throne to gather the power of destruction into his body. 1, 2, 3, soon, there were more than 100 of them. Inside the Sky Legacy Heavenly Monarch's body, it was expanding at a rapid rate, showing a terrible danger of extinction. Once it was all released, everyone present would die. Even the purple flame demoness and Xia Yian. At this time, Biyun Hongxian's lips moved. Her beautiful eyes searched the crowd, and finally fell on Su Yu. She lowered her voice and whispered in the ear of golden-eyed Lang Jun, "Father, Su Ruchu is inside. This time, we obtained the heavenly throne of heaven and earth mostly because of him. If Su Yu had not released the heavenly throne of heaven and earth from the forbidden death zone, they might not have been able to carry out their plan to this stage." Golden-eyed Lang Jun was indifferent. His mission has been completed. There is no point in keeping him alive. But father, you promised him. Biyun Hongxian pleaded. Golden-eyed Longjuan's golden eyes looked at Biyun Hongxian calmly. As a descendant of the Sky Legacy Empress, you can't be soft-hearted. Stand aside and don't speak, or else. Biyun Hongxian's lips trembled, but she did not dare to resist. She could only cast a deeply apologetic look at Su Yu. At this time, the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body began to tremble, unable to withstand the nearly 300 streaks of destructive path power. Golden-eyed Lang Jun stretched his arms comfortably, looked around, and laughed. Let's begin. The Sky Legacy Great Emperor stood up from the heavenly throne of heaven and earth and roared into the sky. The 300 streaks of destructive path power in his body began to leak out from his body. With the horror of the destructive path power, even a trace of its residual power could kill a master-level strong man. What more a half-step pathmaster? Once this blow was released, the entire Sky Legacy Cavern would be obliterated, and no one would survive. Everyone present was filled with despair, and they did not have the slightest hope of survival. They could only watch helplessly as the Sky Legacy Great Emperor released the destructive path power. However, at this moment, Su Yu, who was in the crowd, calmly took out a snow-white ring and put it on his finger. Then, he slowly pointed at the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor and said calmly, "Stop." Strangely, the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor actually stopped, and the destructive path power that was about to leak out of his body was also restrained. The purple flame demonic woman and Xia Yian were stunned, not understanding what was happening. The onlookers were even more surprised, and they looked at each other. The one who was most shocked was the golden-eyed playboy. The Sky Legacy Great Emperor had suddenly stopped, which was completely unexpected. "Continue," the golden-eyed playboy ordered. However, the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor remained motionless, no longer obeying orders, and a vortex appeared on his back. The essence blood that the golden-eyed playboy had dripped earlier flew out of the vortex and was expelled by the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. In this way, the golden-eyed playboy could no longer control the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. How could this be? The golden-eyed playboy had been scheming for most of his life just for this day. He had relied on the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor the most. However, now that he had lost the body of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor, he had nothing left. He did not understand why this was happening. He had opened the river of time and space and seen the future. In the future, everyone was killed by the Sky Legacy Great Emperor, and the entire 7 ultimate civilizations fell into the hands of the golden-eyed playboy. But why did the future change? Could it be that there was a mysterious powerful being secretly controlling the course of fate? In the crowd, Su Yu stroked the finger between his fingers and smiled faintly. This finger was the one he had found on the finger of a statue of a general when he had first entered the outermost Qiani city. He did not expect that the ring placed right before everyone's eyes was the most important treasure of the Qiani Cavern, the 7th treasure left behind by the Sky Legacy Great Emperor. Su Yu had never understood why there would be a fake Qiani city outside the real Qiani Cavern. It was only when the 5 major parts of the Sky Legacy Great Emperor reassembled into a human form that the ring responded, that Su Yu understood. It turned out that the city was the 7th great region of the Qiani Cavern. Chapter 2267. This ring was enough to control the entire Heavenly Legacy Cave abode, including the body of the Qiani Great Emperor buried in the cave abode. But why did the Sky Legacy Emperor leave behind a ring that could control the Sky Legacy Cave abode? Furthermore, it was placed in such a conspicuous place, as if it was deliberately waiting for someone to pick it up. Could it be that the Sky Legacy Emperor had already predicted that something might happen to him before he died, so he left a backup plan in advance? Burying the question deep in his heart, Su Yu rubbed the ring, trying to secretly control part of the Qiani Great Emperor's body to see if he could make use of it. Unfortunately, the ring did not seem to have a strong binding effect on him. Apart from telling him not to move, he couldn't make him do anything else. Su Yu's heart was filled with great disappointment. The most precious thing in the Qiani cave abode should be the body of the Qiani Great Emperor. Without being able to control him, what was the use of this ring? Who is it? Who's behind this? Golden-eyed Langjun asked in a low voice. The only response he got was silence. The others were reminded by his words and looked around in surprise. Indeed, to be able to make the Sky Legacy Great Emperor's body unable to move, there must be an expert who had secretly made a move. However, just as their attention was diverted elsewhere, golden-eyed Playboy's eyes flashed. he suddenly threw out a heavenly legacy battleship and swept up everyone from the number 1 peerless family. Then, he broke through the air and fled. It turned out that golden-eyed Lang Jun was deliberately diverting everyone's attention. By the time someone realized what was going on, the golden-eyed Lang Jun had already escaped far away. If he gave chase now, he should still be able to catch up. After all, the 7th-ranked Absolute clan also had a heavenly legacy warship. However, no one chased after them. Because the great divine throne of heaven and earth was still there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Xia Yian and the purple flame demoness attacked at the same time. With no one to obstruct them, the battle between the two immediately reached its climax. The rest of the people could only retreat, unable to approach at all. The battle between them lasted for an entire day and night. Finally, Xia Yian was at a disadvantage. After all, the purple flame demoness had lived for almost half an era. Although Xia Yian had risen to prominence, he was still slightly inferior to her. Retreat! The purple flame demoness successfully pierced a bloody hole in Xia Yian's shoulder with her sky-splitting purple spear. Wisps of mysterious flames followed the wound and spread into his body. Xia Yian had no choice but to retreat, immediately using the power of a Dao Lord to seal his wounds. As such, no one would be able to fight the purple flame demoness anymore. She looked at all the martial artists present mockingly. A bunch of ants, do you think you're worthy of competing with me? With that, he grabbed the divine throne of heaven and earth. Everyone saw this and felt anxious in their hearts. There was no doubt that the heavenly throne of the heavens and earth would belong to the purple flame demoness. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Judging from the purple flame demonic woman's appearance, it seemed like she still had about 80% of her power left. Hence, it would be impractical for him to fight with her now. All of a sudden, Su Yu had a thought, and he controlled the heavenly legacy cavern again. Behind the heavenly throne of heaven and earth, a crack that led to the outside world suddenly appeared. The crack appeared so suddenly that even the purple flame she-devil was caught off guard. She cursed under her breath and tried to seal the crack with her Tao Master's power. However, the heavenly divine throne of heaven and earth was an existence with extremely strong spirituality. It immediately found a way out and escaped in a flash. The purple flame demoness let out a loud roar as she tried to chase after him through the crack. However, the crack suddenly closed, causing him to miss his target. The purple flame demoness had fought with her life on the line, only to end up empty-handed. How could she not be angry? Who? Show yourself if you have the guts. The purple flame demoness glared furiously at everyone present. Su Yu secretly curled his lips. Was he stupid? Would he step forward? The purple flame demoness glared at everyone angrily. If you don't show yourself, I'll kill all of you. How dare you? Xia Yian covered his wound. Although he was injured, he could still injure the purple flame demoness if he put his life on the line. The purple flame demoness was extremely furious. She had no time to waste on Xia Yian. She turned around and headed back in the direction she had come from, hoping to use the space there to return to the outside world. A faint smile flashed across Su Yu's lips as he murmured softly, "I've changed the way I refer to you now. This ring is actually very useful." With this ring, he could control the space transportation in the heavenly legacy cavern at will. At this moment, without his permission, who could leave? Unless they blasted a hole in the heavenly legacy cavern, he, who had no sense of presence, left quietly. Xie Xiaoye glanced at him. She did not recognize that the man in the bamboo hat was Su Yu, nor did she suspect his motives. Now, everyone wanted to get out as soon as possible and chase after the great divine priest of heaven and earth. Seeing that no one was following him, Su Yu went to a faraway place and found the snow swordsman and the others who were still hurrying on their way. With a wave of his hand, he summoned all of them into the cavern world. Then, he manipulated the ring and drew a crack in front of him. Then, he successfully left the heavenly legacy cavern. When he reappeared, he was in the heavenly legacy city outside. In the heavenly legacy city, beside the pool in the middle of the square, the statue was crossing its legs, admiring itself in the pool. "Ah, I'm so beautiful, so beautiful." Bang! All of a sudden, a space vortex appeared above its head, and a person fell from it, trampling it to the ground. "Ah, my face. My handsome face." The statue squealed like a pig being slaughtered, as if someone was trying to kill it with a knife. Su Yu had just appeared when he heard something strange beneath his feet. Looking down, he could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He really wanted to crush the statue with one foot, if not for the fact that he had something to ask him. Which direction did the great divine priest of heaven and earth leave from? Su Yu yelled. The statue's head was on the ground, raising its finger and pointing to the top. Su Yu looked up and saw that the huge seal above his head had a gap. It was broken by the great divine throne of heaven and earth with the power of destruction. With a tap of his toes, he used the power of space and immediately chased after it. Ouch! It's broken. My face is broken. The statue let out a shrill scream. The next moment, Su Yu appeared in the void. In the direction where he had chased, people were returning one after another. Just now, when the great divine throne of heaven and earth broke through the seal, it was bound to be discovered by the forces that had been blocked outside the seal and could not enter. Su Yu stopped one of them and asked, "Who has it fallen into?" A large number of people gave up the chase and returned. The reason was either that it had fallen into the hands of strong men or that it had completely escaped. Seeing that Su Yu could step on the void, the man knew that Su Yu was probably the Pathmaster. Naturally, he did not dare to hide anything and said, "Senior, the great divine throne of heaven and earth has escaped into the void and disappeared without a trace. No one has been able to catch up with it." Hearing this, Su Yu was slightly relieved. As long as it had not been caught, then he still had a chance. Looking at the vast void, Su Yu pondered for a while, then returned to the 7 unique civilizations. Blindly searching for the great divine throne of heaven and earth was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. It was better to wait for it to come to him. Zhong Wushuang was locked up in the heavenly legacy cavern by Su Yu. As the master that the great divine throne of heaven and earth desperately wanted, the great divine throne of heaven and earth would not hide forever. Sooner or later, it would reappear. He did not return to the heavenly legacy cavern. Instead, after half a month, he rushed back to the old nest of the Pirate Alliance. Standing in front of the old nest, Su Yu released all the pirates, including the snow swordsman. Chapter 2268. "Chief Su, why did you come out?" the Snowbladesman asked as he looked at the place that was no longer the heavenly legacy cave abode. Su Yu said placidly, "The dispute in the Tiani cavern has ended." Hearing this, the snow swordsman and the others could not help but feel regretful. They had not explored enough there. "Where are the other leaders? Have you already returned to your lair?" the swordsman in the snow asked. Su Yu's gaze became gloomy. They were all sacrificed by the purple flame demonic woman. Many of the pirates did not doubt it and gasped. "All dead. Leader Su, what do we do now?" Snowbladesman felt very uneasy. With so many leaders dead, what would happen to the Pirate Alliance? Su Yu replied calmly, "Of course, it's to reorganize the Pirate Alliance." The snow swordsman immediately understood what Su Yu meant. He wanted to seize the opportunity to unify the Pirate Alliance. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face as he said, "Don't worry, leader. I'll lead my brothers to persuade them to surrender right now. If they don't obey us, we'll kill them all." Su Yu nodded, then shook his head. "Those who don't obey us will naturally be killed, but a portion of those who obey us will also be killed." The swordsman in the snow was stunned. "Leader, what do you mean?" Su Yu said indifferently, "Before we officially take action, help me find out the background of the other great pirates. Why did they join the pirates? Is it because he has been wronged and forced into a corner, or is it because he has committed so many crimes that he has no place to hide? What if I'm guilty of countless crimes?" The snow swordsman stared at Su Yu and asked carefully. "Kill." Su Yu uttered coldly. He was in the Pirate Alliance, but he had never acknowledged them. While there were indeed people in the Pirate Alliance who had been forced into a corner, most of them had done too much evil and had no choice but to come to the Pirate Alliance, a place where darkness gathered. Their hands were stained with blood. How much evil had they committed? Their existence was like a nightmare to the living beings in the nearby star realm. There had never been a chance in the past, but now was the best time to get rid of this tumor. The way the snow swordsman looked at Su Yu began to change. He had thought that Su Yu was no different from an ordinary pirate, who was selfish and bloodthirsty. At this moment, Su Yu's words had completely changed his impression of him. I obey Leader Su's orders. Actually, the Snowbladesman had joined the Pirate Alliance out of helplessness. Su Yu's actions had won him over. An evil organization like pirates should have been destroyed long ago. Of course, before we officially take action, we'll first investigate our own people. Those who are evil and wicked will be killed without mercy. Yes. Very quickly, an invisible storm descended. First, it was the old subordinates of the Sea Wolf leader. Through soul-searching and other methods, they found out who they were. If he had only been ordered by the leader of the Sea Wolves to rob them, he would have been able to escape. However, if the pirates committed malicious arson or violated women and children, they would all be killed on the spot without exception. Although there was resistance, with Su Yu overseeing everything, who could resist? In the end, there were less than half of the Sea Wolf leader's old subordinates left. It was not easy to maintain one's purity and pride in a dirty place like pirates. Go. Let's go to the Xiaoye pirates first. In truth, Xiaoye's pirates could be said to be a clean stream in the Pirate Alliance. She was very strict with the pirates under her command. They usually only robbed and rarely bullied women or killed people maliciously. Therefore, it was actually very easy to recruit them. After announcing Xiaoye's grievous news and threatening and enticing them at the same time, Xiaoye's pirates quickly surrendered. Moreover, every pirate had been sealed by Su Yu and the core pirates under his command. They could no longer resist. After obtaining Xiaoye's pirates, Su Yu followed the same pattern and annexed the Blue Phoenix pirates, White Moon pirates, and all the other pirates in the Pirate Alliance. He also carried out an internal purge. After half a year, the sky above this civilization was covered by a thick layer of blood energy. From afar, it looked like a ball of blood. The current Pirate Alliance could be said to exist only in name. The real villains had all been executed, and the rest were people who could still be saved. Apart from the pirates trapped in the Heavenly Legacy Cave, the rest of the pirates had fallen into Su Yu's control. On this day, Su Yu announced on the spot that the Pirate Alliance would be disbanded. A new organization had appeared. That was the Cauldron. They would become members of the Cauldron and be reborn as merchants. At the same time, after being trapped for half a year and unable to leave the Heavenly Legacy Cave, the people finally chose to let go of their former enmity. Whether it was the remaining three great families, the Pirate Alliance, or the hostile Purple Flame Demonic Woman, they all worked together to attack a weak point in the Heavenly Legacy Cave. Finally, after several months of incessant bombardment, they succeeded in opening a gap. Everyone filed out from it. Everyone present was at a loss. Half a year had passed since the great divine priest of heaven and earth left the Heavenly Legacy Cave. Where could they find him now? At least, the Pirate Alliance had temporarily given up on searching. They had been away from their nest for too long. It was better to go back and take a look as soon as possible. The 7 great families had suffered heavy losses. The masters of the 3rd and 5th great families had died tragically. The core members of the 4th great family, including the master, had all perished in the Forbidden Death Zone. The 7 great civilizations were now in chaos. They had no choice but to go back. Apart from the Purple Flame Demonic Woman, they had no intention of pursuing the great divine priest of heaven and earth. Beside the Purple Flame Demonic Woman, the Star Lady looked around with her cold eyes. However, she could not find Su Yu. Could he have died in the Heavenly Legacy Cave? The Star Lady was suspicious, but after a moment, she denied the idea. Based on her understanding of Su Yu, he was extremely cunning and could not have died. However, the Purple Flame Demonic Woman was eager to pursue the great divine priest of heaven and earth. Obviously, she would not stay to look for Su Yu. She had no choice but to leave with the Purple Flame Demonic Woman. She was extremely unwilling to let Su Yu get what he deserved. She could not swallow this anger. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and moved towards Xiaoye. With a faint smile, she said, "Leader Xiaoye, why is Deputy Leader Su not here?" Xie Xiaoye also felt strange. Ever since they met in the forbidden death zone, Su Yu seemed to have vanished into thin air. He must have perished. Other than that, there was no other possibility. Xie Xiaoye felt a wave of regret in her heart. Such a talent had perished just like that. Even the heavens were jealous of him. Oh, that's a pity. However, I don't think leader Xiaoye needs to feel sorry for him. The Star Lady smiled meaningfully. Xie Xiaoye's eyes flickered. In a deep voice, she said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." Haha, actually, Leader Su is also one of the golden-eyed Lungjuan's men. The Star Lady Path Master spoke the truth. It's just that the golden-eyed Lang Jun didn't have the time to use him. Nonsense. Xie Xiaoye rebuked her sternly. However, her eyes flickered slightly, showing that she was wavering. It was not that she did not believe in Su Yu, but that Su Yu was too outstanding. Such a person would be nurtured by every faction. How could they allow him to be wronged and forced to kill his way out of the #1 peerless family to join the pirates? She had always had some doubts. However, she did not have any evidence, so she did not think about it deeply. The Star Lady's words had touched her heart. Chapter 2269. Hehe, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. The Star Maiden smiled mysteriously. Then, she turned around and returned to the purple flame demoness side. Xie Xiaoye stared at Star Maiden's back and fell into deep thought. After a while, a strange look appeared in his eyes as he said, "Let's go." The pirates behind her all followed Xie Xiaoye back to the Pirate Alliance. At this moment, the Pirate Alliance had gone through a month of settling down. The blood clouds floating outside the civilization had already drifted into nothingness. At a glance, apart from being much quieter than before, there was nothing strange about the Pirate Alliance. "Return to your respective territories," Xie Xiaoye said indifferently and flew back to her own territory. His powerful soul swept across the territory. Not only was there no frown, but there seemed to be some people missing. "Welcome back, leader." Many half-step Dao lords flashed on one of the flagship ships at the same time. They were all capable subordinates that Xie Xiaoye had arranged to watch over Xiaoye's pirates before she went to the Heavenly Legacy Cave abode. Xie Xiaoye nodded slightly and asked, "Why are there so few people in the territory? Did anything happen while I was away?" The one who answered her was the vice leader she relied on the most, Iron Hand. An obscure ripple flashed in the depths of Iron Hand's eyes before he replied calmly, "Leader, they are currently patrolling outside the Alliance, in case someone tries to harm us while the Pirate Alliance is empty." Hearing that, Xie Xiaoye was not overly suspicious and praised, "Well done." After a pause, Xie Xiaoye asked, "Is there anything else to report?" Iron Hand said, "Half a year ago, Vice Leader Su." No, Leader Su led the remnants of the Sea Wolves pirates and returned first. It was obvious that Iron Hand had been deceived by Su Yu. He had mistakenly thought that Xie Xiaoye had died and was successfully controlled by Su Yu with a seal. Therefore, he could only help Su Yu lie to the end. What? Xie Xiaoye was shocked. Half a year ago, wasn't that the day they were imprisoned in the Heavenly Legacy Cave abode? Impossible. How did Su Yu come out alone? There were so many experts of that time, and with the combined strength of everyone, it took them several months to break open a gap and escape to the sky. How did Su Yu achieve such a feat by himself? That was impossible. However, it was clear that Iron Hand would not tell such an easily exposed lie for no reason. Xie Xiaoye's eyes sparkled. Star Lady's advice involuntarily appeared in his mind. Su Yu was golden-eyed Lungjuan's man. Apart from Su Yu, golden-eyed Langjun and the others had also disappeared from the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. Hence, it was highly likely that Su Yu had left with the golden-eyed Langjun and the rest. Who would believe that he was not golden-eyed Lungjuan's man? Su Ruchu, Su Ruchu. How do you want me to deal with you? Xie Xiaoye felt complicated. From her initial admiration for Su Yu to her pleasant surprise, then to her hatred for his betrayal, her feelings were extremely complicated. She didn't want to kill Su Yu. However, logically speaking, Su Yu, who was extremely intelligent, had to die. His heart sank into an intense struggle. After a long time, she gritted her teeth and ordered, pass down my order. Invite the other pirate leaders over. Tell them that I have a matter of life and death to invite them. Remember, do not make it public. This subordinate understands. As Xie Xiaoye's most trusted subordinate, Iron Hand immediately sent a message to Su Yu after he left the main ship. Su Yu, who had received the news, was sitting cross-legged on the dustless pirate's main ship, cultivating leisurely. I once said that you might regret using me one day, Su Yu said to himself. Back then, in order to monopolize all the ransom, Xie Xiaoye had recommended Su Yu to be the new pirate leader. At that time, he had said that in his heart. Very quickly, after settling down the few leaders in his own region, he came to Xie Xiaoye's main ship to discuss something. Knowing that Su Yu was most likely a spy sent by the golden-eyed Lang Jun, everyone was in disbelief. Everyone had witnessed Su Yu climb to the position of pirate leader step by step with their own eyes. How could they have seen any sign that he was a spy? However, knowing that Su Yu had returned half a year after encountering them, they had no choice but to believe it. Leader Xiaoye, how do you think we should deal with him? The Green Phoenix leader could not bear to see Su Yu die. After all, Su Yu had saved her life. She really did not want to believe that Su Yu was a spy. Lead all the core members and force Su Yu to surrender. Xie Xiaoye's tone was slightly serious. The Green Phoenix leader was doubtful. Is there a need to mobilize so many people? He is but a mere half-pathmaster. Xie Xiaoye calmly shook her head. Half-pathmaster is not scary. What is scary is that he is golden-eyed Lang Jun's man. At the mention of golden-eyed Lang Jun, all the pirate leaders present felt a chill in their hearts. Golden-eyed Lang Jun had schemed against the past and the present. He had almost wiped out all the strong men of the 7 unique civilizations and monopolized them. It was only because of the intervention of an expert that the danger was averted. If Su Yu was really golden-eyed Lang Jun's man, did he come back with a hidden agenda? Therefore, Xie Xiaoye had no choice but to be cautious. I agree, we cannot be careless. The few pirate leaders immediately agreed. Only the Green Phoenix leader frowned slightly, but she could do nothing to them. Half a day later, the 9 great pirate leaders and a group of core members surrounded the main ship of the Dustless Pirates. They had come so suddenly and with such a large number of people, the Dustless Pirates were caught off guard and surrounded by warships 10 times their size. Standing on the main ship and looking around, all they could see was dense black clouds. Xie Xiaoye stood on the giant warship in the center, her eyes cold and stern. She shouted, "Deputy Leader Su, come out, we have something to discuss with you." Swish, the space in front of them warped, and Su Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. His appearance was so strange that it caused everyone's pupils to constrict fiercely. Especially Xie Xiaoye, who blurted out in shock, "Space domain?" Those who had comprehended the space law were rare, and those who could turn it into a domain were rare geniuses. Su Yu had done it. "Oh, what are you here to discuss with me?" Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calm and composed. His eyes swept past Xie Xiaoye and the so-called core members beside the few other pirates. Perhaps the few pirate leaders still did not understand that their core members were already Su Yu's. The ones who were truly surrounded were not Su Yu, but them. After a brief moment of shock, Xie Xiaoye gradually regained her composure. So what if it was the space domain in front of a huge army? She could not escape death. If Su Yu was really golden-eyed Lang Jun's spy. Xie Xiaoye's eyes were cold, and she said coldly, "I want to ask you something, and I hope you can answer me truthfully." "Please speak," Su Yu said indifferently. Xie Xiaoye said seriously, "Are you golden-eyed Lang Jun's spy?" The rest of the pirates stared at Su Yu, hoping to get a negative answer from him. "Of course I am." However, Su Yu did not even try to hide it, admitting it on the spot. Chapter 2270. The hope of many pirates was mercilessly shattered. They had thought that a peerless genius had appeared out of nowhere in the Pirate Alliance. Unexpectedly, he was just a spy that the golden-eyed Lang Jun had arranged for them. Their hope was shattered. It was as if a magic box of hatred had been opened, and billowing anger rushed out from within. Instantly, it was filled with curses, as well as thick murderous intents. Xie Xiaoye only felt a buzzing in her ears. She had already lost the ability to think, and her mind was blank. After a long while, her eyes regained focus. With an indescribable pain in her heart, she murmured, "Su Ruchu, what do you want from me? Did I do anything wrong to you?" Su Yu looked at Xie Xiaoye, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Among the 10 great pirates, Xie Xiaoye was the only one he owed. When he had kidnapped the greedy Wolf King and been chased by the second peerless family, Xie Xiaoye had appeared to resolve the crisis. More importantly, she had given Su Yu a priceless treasure, the heaven's pure dust. Staring into Xie Xiaoye's eyes, Su Yu's tone softened. "Leader Xiaoye, being a pirate is ultimately not the right path. Repent before it's too late." Tears welled up in Xie Xiaoye's eyes. Disappointment and hatred combined to form a unique glow. She said, "None of your business." Of course, Su Yu did not need to care. He just did not want Xie Xiaoye to continue making mistakes. Although she had always restrained herself and her subordinates and rarely committed murder, she had accumulated too much resentment by relying on plundering for a living. It was only a matter of time before the Pirate Alliance was eliminated. By then, as the number 1 person in the Pirate Alliance, Xie Xiaoye would not be able to escape death. In the area governed by the 7 absolute civilizations, her strength might be considered decent. However, after experiencing so many things in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern, Xie Xiaoye should understand that if someone really wanted to eliminate the Pirate Alliance, it would actually be very easy. "Leader Xiaoye, why are you still talking nonsense with him?" The eyes of the Northern Plains pirates were spitting fire. This man has been undercover in the Pirate Alliance for so long. Who knows how much information he has sold to the 7 absolute civilizations? Kill him now, and we will immediately change our base. Kill? How can it be so easy? The Redbeard pirate said ferociously. If he dares to be an undercover in the Pirate Alliance, he must be prepared to die. Indeed, death is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is to live, but to die. A soft-looking pirate leader said indifferently, "Leave this brat to me. I will definitely make him regret being born." The pirate leader was indeed qualified to say that. This was because he was the most infamous pirate among all the pirate leaders. Leader Mara. He was the only person who had managed to become a Dowlord because he was good at using torture. When he was a mortal, he was once an executioner. After he stepped onto the path of martial arts, he focused on studying torture. In the end, he defied the heavens and stepped onto the path of the great Tao, becoming a Dowlord. No one who fell into his hands had ever had a good ending. Even a Tao master would rather die than stay in the hands of Chief Mara for a moment longer. However, ever since Mo Luo joined the Pirate Alliance, he had spent most of his time diligently cultivating, hoping to increase his cultivation and extend his lifespan. Therefore, it had been a long time since he had used torture on anyone. Upon hearing that Chief Mara planned to take action personally, a few of the pirate chiefs were energized and laughed excitedly. "This is how you should treat spies. Cut open his stomach and see how bold he is to actually dare to betray us. Chief Mara, after the torture, please leave him alive. Let him send a message to the 7 unique civilizations. Tell them that the revenge of the Pirate Alliance will come soon. Yes, intimidate everyone. Humph. A group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered dares to resist us." Su Yu's heart did not waver as he looked at them. The Pirate Alliance was a place of corruption, a gathering place for many evil people. No matter how cruel they were, it was within Su Yu's expectations. He increasingly felt the necessity of eradicating the Pirate Alliance. Chief Mara's tiny eyes were like those of a snake. He stared at Su Yu, then finally looked at Xie Xiaoye, who had not said a word. No matter what, Su Yu was Xie Xiaoye's man. How to deal with Su Yu was up to her. "Leader Xiaoye, how about leaving him to me?" Xie Xiaoye clenched her fists and looked at Su Yu one last time. "Su Ruchu, let me ask you, do you regret being a spy for the 7 unique civilizations?" "I don't regret it." She wanted to give Su Yu one last chance. However, Su Yu did not even think about it. Xie Xiaoye was silent for a while, her eyes dimming bit by bit. Finally, she took a long breath and said indifferently, "I will deal with him personally." Hearing that, everyone was disappointed. Chief Mara was even more regretful. He had finally decided to demonstrate his extreme punishment once again, but Xie Xiaoye did not give him the chance. Xie Xiaoye pressed her hands down, signaling for everyone to be quiet. She looked at Su Yu and said, "As a spy in the Pirate Alliance, you are not an exception." "Understood," Su Yu said indifferently. Xie Xiaoye slowly raised her finger and pointed it at Su Yu from afar. She closed her eyes in pain. Then, "I'm sorry." A gust of Pathmaster's strength landed on Su Yu's chest. Su Yu, who was a half-step Pathmaster, would definitely die from that blow. However, no one expected that not only did Su Yu not die, but that blow also disappeared. Su Yu stood where he was, unscathed. Xie Xiaoye sensed that something was amiss. She opened her eyes and could not help but be surprised. You obtained a defensive treasure in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern? To be able to defend against a Pathmaster's attack, it could only be a defensive treasure, right?" Su Yu brushed off the remnants of the Pathmaster's strength on his chest and said indifferently, "To be precise, I have always had such a physique. It's just that you did not realize it." Hearing that, none of the pirates present believed it. A mere half-step Pathmaster could have a physique that surpassed a family master's? Who would believe that? Humph. Little B****, how dare you be so arrogant in the Pirate Alliance? Let me see how strong your physique is. The Northern Plains leader snorted angrily. An image of a green dragon appeared behind him as he strode forward. The image of the green dragon was naturally his domain. Once the domain was activated, the main body would gain 10 times the strength. The strength of his physique would instantly approach that of a family master's. When Xie Xiaoye wanted to stop him, the Northern Plains leader had already rushed forward and attacked first. He pointed a finger at Su Yu's forehead. The strength was so great that it made all the pirates present shudder with fear. However, in the next moment, Su Yu turned into a half-human half-dragon, raised his right fist, and smashed it at the Northern Plains leader. In an instant, the domain of the Northern Plains leader, who was famous for his physique, was shattered. Shortly after, his whole body was penetrated by Su Yu's fist like a piece of paper. The Northern Plains leader's body went limp little by little. In the end, he fell from the sky and landed on the warship, motionless. He was dead. The dignified Northern Plains leader had been killed by someone's physique. Su Yu lowered his head and wiped the Pathmaster's blood off his fist. He said calmly, "I told you, my physique is very strong. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Chapter 2271. Su Yu's words reverberated in the silent sky above the battleship. All the pirates, including Xie Xiaoye, gasped as they looked at Su Yu, who was in his half-human, half-dragon form. Xie Xiaoye's crystalline pupils shrank. She had thought that Su Yu's greatest reliance was Meng Qie. Who would have thought that he was a top-notch expert himself? Clenching her fists, Xie Xiaoye said in a low voice, "Su Ruchu. Please remember, this is the Pirate Alliance, where all the pirates in the world gather. Can you fight everyone by yourself?" Su Yu was alone, after all. Even with the ocean wave pirates, he didn't even have a tenth of their strength. The disparity between them meant that Su Yu had no chance of survival. Su Yu raised his eyes, his expression calm as he said, "I'd like to say the same to you 8 leaders. This is the Pirate Alliance, so please don't do anything that will cause others to misunderstand. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible." Hearing that, several of the pirate leaders laughed in anger. Chief Moro laughed. "This kid is crazy. Leader Xiaoye, what are you hesitating for? You will be the leader, and the 7 of us will be the assistants. All the half-Dao masters will be on standby. We must keep this kid here forever." "Yes." Dozens of half-Dao masters flew over from their respective pirate groups. However, most of them were not surrounding Su Yu, but several of the pirate leaders. The other half of the pirate leaders suddenly noticed the strange behavior of their companions. They could not help but be startled. Chief Moro narrowed his eyes as he stared at the pirate leaders surrounding them. "Did you betray us?" Xie Xiaoye stared at one of the pirates and said in disbelief, "Iron Hand, can you tell me what's going on?" The deputy leader, Iron Hand, whom she had trained for many years, had betrayed her. Iron Hand lowered his head, his face full of shame. Don't ask me, I'm just following orders. Swish. Numerous gazes fell upon Su Yu. Xie Xiaoye said stiffly, I've really underestimated you. She should have known that Su Yu had come back half a year earlier. You flatter me, Su Yu said calmly. I'll say it one last time. Don't do anything that will cause others to misunderstand. When had Chief Morrow ever feared anyone in his life? He immediately issued an order to the half-step Dowlords, who had followed him to the Heavenly Legacy Cave and hadn't been controlled by Su Yu. Kill him. Those half-step Dowlords might not be able to kill Su Yu, but they could still throw him into confusion. The dozen or so half-step Dowlords braced themselves and charged forward with murderous intent. Boom boom boom, but at this moment, hundreds of pirate warships in the distance suddenly opened fire. The power of those cannons was no weaker than that of a half-step Dowlord. Hundreds of cannons were fired in an instant. One could imagine the scene. The half-step Dowlords who were besieging Su Yu were instantly bombarded into nothingness. It was worth mentioning that the warships that opened fire were the main warships of the few pirate leaders. They had just ridden it. Chief Mara's eyelids twitched slightly. He took a look at his main battleship, and his eyes gradually turned gloomy. You've even controlled the people on my main battleship. Su Yu nodded, then shook his head lightly. To be precise, all of your pirates are under my command, except for those who are already dead. As if in response to Su Yu's words, the densely packed giant warships all extended their cannons and aimed them at Chief Mara from afar. The number of giant warships in the Pirate Alliance was no less than 10,000. The cannons on each of the giant warships numbered at least 10,000, and some even had hundreds of thousands of cannons. If the cannons of 10,000 warships were all aimed at a single person, even a Dowlord who had opened his domain would be annihilated. Chief Mara's pupils shrank, and he stood there, not daring to move. The rest of the pirate leaders also broke out in a cold sweat. All of the pirates had been subdued by Su Yu. Xie Xiaoye was stunned for a long time. Then, she sighed deeply and said in a low voice, Su Ruchu, you've won. When she had returned, she had wondered why so many people were missing from her domain. Now that she thought about it, they must have been killed. Now, it wasn't them who had led the pirates to surround Su Yu. It was Su Yu who had led all the pirates to surround them. Su Yu said calmly, I didn't want to defeat you. I just wanted to save you. Just as he had said before, being a pirate was not the right path, and it was difficult for him to have a good ending. The corners of Xie Xiaoye's mouth twitched slightly, and she made a smiling face. However, it was a mocking expression. She just didn't know whether she was mocking herself or Su Yu. Su Yu turned to look at the rest of the pirate leaders, and his eyes became fierce. Surrender, or die. Several pirate leaders were so furious that their chests were about to explode. The pirate alliance that they had spent their entire lives building had ultimately become a weapon that threatened them. Although they were angry, they naturally had to protect themselves when their lives were in danger. What do you want to do to us? Chief Mara bellowed in a deep voice. Release your souls. Chief Mara's heart shook, and he released his souls without changing his expression. Su Yu wanted to control their souls? That was just wishful thinking. Their souls had already been transformed, and their souls were indestructible. Su Yu was merely a half-step Dowlord, so his soul couldn't be as strong as a Daylord's, could it? It was absolutely impossible for him to control them with his own soul. He would pretend to be controlled first, and then give Su Yu a fatal blow afterward. However, Chief Mara did not expect that Su Yu would not use his own soul to control them. Instead, a black cat the size of a palm appeared on his shoulder. The black cat meowed at Chief Mara, and a black speck of light shot into Chief Mara's soul from its eyes. All of a sudden, Chief Mara felt that there was an additional mark that was deeply engraved in the depths of his soul. Within that mark, there was a soul energy that was far stronger than his own. Once the mark exploded, it would be enough to destroy his soul completely. Chief Mara's face turned pale in an instant. His wishful thinking had failed. What is this? Su Yu replied calmly, the sixth treasure of the Tianyi Cavern. The Tianyi Great Emperor's body was divided into 6 major parts. His limbs and heart had all appeared, but the remaining parts had yet to be revealed. The malicious soul stone came from the skull, and it was also his soul. Wouldn't it be easy for the Qiani Great Emperor's soul to suppress the soul of a mere pathmaster? Next, Su Yu waved his hand, and the giant cannons of the 10,000 ships locked onto another pirate leader. The pirate leader shuddered, and he released his soul in humiliation and unwillingness, allowing himself to be controlled by the malicious soul stone. Just like that, several pirate leaders succumbed to Su Yu's control. When it was the Green Phoenix leader's turn, she laughed bitterly and said, "Don't aim at me, I'll do it myself." She had released her soul on her own, and Su Yu had placed a seal on it. Su Yu smiled indifferently. Apart from Xie Xiaoye, the only one whom Su Yu felt he could forgive was probably the Green Phoenix leader. From what he had gathered, this woman had been imitating Xie Xiaoye, and was similarly strict with her subordinates. Moreover, they had interacted with each other before. Finally, Su Yu looked at Xie Xiaoye, his expression slightly complicated. "Xie Xiaoye, it's your turn." Xie Xiaoye had kept her head lowered, and no one could see her expression clearly. At this moment, she raised her eyes, which were filled with faint hatred. "Su, this debt will be settled sooner or later." After saying this, she suddenly took out a black iron-colored wing from her sleeve and stuck it on her back. The wing was surrounded by a black light. It had obviously been secretly activated for a long time, and it had been fully activated. This item was a relic that Xie Xiaoye had obtained in the Qiani cavern. Once activated, it had the ability to travel through space that was comparable to the Wanzhong beast. She had been holding back, secretly activating it. The black wing turned into a beam of light, and with the instantaneous space movement, it disappeared from its original spot. The giant cannons of the 10,000 giant warships could not catch up. Having lost Xie Xiaoye, the swordsman in the snowside, the strongest of the pirate leaders had escaped. Their operation this time was considered half a failure. Only Su Yu quietly sighed. "I'll let you go. Take care." If he really wanted to stop her, with Su Yu's current space domain, it would not be difficult for him to stop her. He did not attack, deliberately letting her go. This was also one of his initial plans. After all, Xie Xiaoye had helped him before, so he would not really do anything to her. Collecting his thoughts, Su Yu turned to look at the pirate alliance behind him. "Follow me." The entire pirate alliance boarded the warships and left the old nest in a grandiose manner. In the void, far away from the old nest, Su Yu ordered all the warships to turn around and fire at the old nest civilization. In an instant, a giant civilization comparable to a 6-star civilization was bombarded into nothingness. The sky was filled with flames, illuminating the faces of all the pirates, making them look incomparably complicated. At that moment, a loud voice rang out in their minds. "From this day on, the Pirate Alliance is completely disbanded." This sentence announced the end of the hundreds of millions of years of history of the Pirate Alliance. From now on, there would be no more Pirate Alliance, only a cauldron. Su Yu did not look back. His eyes were looking straight at the 7 unique civilizations, and he murmured, "That thing can finally be done." Although it was not quite the same as what he had imagined. At that time, the 7th Peerless family. In the guest hall, Xie Yian held an invitation letter in his hand, his finger gently tapping on it. Xie Rukan, who was beside him, stared at the invitation letter, his eyes filled with intense passion. "Father, when did you get the invitation letter? Why didn't we know about it?" Xie Rukan asked excitedly. An event that the heir of the 7th Peerless family looked forward to was obviously important. At least, there was no event in the 7 unique civilizations that could attract him. Xie Yian said calmly, "A long time ago." Xie Rukan understood tacitly. A long time ago, when Xie Yian was traveling in the Star region, perhaps under some special circumstances, he had obtained this incomparably precious invitation letter. Then, when do we set off? The date set on the invitation letter is approaching. Xie Rukan could not bear the itch in his heart. Xie Yian's brows were filled with a sense of tiredness that could not be dispelled. After pondering for a long time, he said, "Before we set off, I want to confirm something." "What is it?" "To be precise, I want to confirm a person. That person might be related to the ancestor." Chapter 2272. Xie Yian pondered and shook his head. Wait until I find him and confirm it. As his voice faded away, Xia Yi took the invitation and left the 7th absolute civilization. At the same time, the 6th civilization. After Mie Zhang returned, he stabilized the situation in the civilization in the shortest time possible. Then, he gathered more than half of the elites and set up a warship to head toward the number 1 peerless family. After the Heavenly Legacy Cavern incident, the 3rd and 5th peerless family leaders had fallen, while all the core members of the 4th peerless family had died in the Forbidden Zone. Now, there were many empty areas in the 7 civilizations. It was the best time to expand one's strength. The 6th civilization was no exception. Father, why don't we attack the 4th civilization immediately? Instead, we're going to the 1st civilization? Shuemeng Feiyu frowned, not understanding her father's actions. Not only was the 4th civilization very close to them, but all the core members had been wiped out. It was the best time to harvest. At the very least, the 5th civilization was not bad. With the death of the family leader and the interference of the 6th peerless family, they should be able to plunder a lot of resources, right? Was it really worth it to come all the way to the 1st peerless family? Mie Zheng's eyes were filled with light as he said meaningfully, "The 1st peerless family is a place worth conquering. Why do you say that?" Mie Zheng was old and experienced. His eyes were deep as he said, "If I'm not wrong, the 1st peerless family should be empty now. Not only are the elites in the Heavenly Legacy Cavern gone, but even the elites left in the Shi family have left. On the other hand, although the 4th peerless family leader and core members had all fallen, the core members left in the 4th peerless family were still there. Plundering the 4th peerless family was not as easy as one might imagine. The 1st peerless family was the best choice." After hearing the details, Shuemeng Feiyu felt relieved. She followed her father and used the One's Own beast. After a few months, they crossed more than half of the 7 civilizations and arrived at the capital of the 1st civilization. However, when they arrived above the capital, Shuemeng Feiyu was shocked to find that the capital was indeed empty. There were not many people from the 1st peerless family. However, the sky above the capital was filled with tens of thousands of warships. At first glance, it was like a huge black cloud covering the sky above the 1st peerless family. When they appeared on the WN's own beast, the 10,000 huge ships immediately sensed them, and all of them extended their powerful cannons, aiming at them. Even Mie Zheng's heart was pounding in fear. Although the symbols of these warships had been erased, the 7 ultimate civilizations had fought with the pirates for many years, so how could they not recognize the origins of these warships? Shuemeng Feiyu gasped and said fearfully, This place has already been occupied by the Pirate Alliance." When Shuemeng Feiyu recalled her experience in the Pirate Alliance, she felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, the pirate warships surrounded them and did not attack. The snow swordsman drove a main battleship and quickly approached. Standing on the bow of the battleship, he looked down and said, "So, it's the 6th peerless clan. Wait here and don't move. I'll go ask Cauldron Venerable." Without waiting for them to say anything, the snow swordsman returned to the capital of the number 1 peerless clan. Shuemeng Feiyu sized up the surrounding warships suspiciously. She whispered, "Father, are these the Pirate Alliance's warships?" Mie Zheng nodded thoughtfully. Then, what kind of person is that Cauldron Zun in the Pirate Alliance? Vice leader or branch leader? Shuemeng Feiyu was puzzled. Not to mention her, even Mie Zheng was confused. He had been in contact with the Pirate Alliance for many years and had never heard of the position of Cauldron Venerable. It shouldn't be just the vice leader. Mie Zheng looked around at all the warships of the pirate leaders and pondered deeply. Not only did Cauldron Venerable surprise him, but the unusual behavior of the Pirate Alliance was also puzzling. In the past, when the Pirate Alliance discovered the number 1 peerless clan, they would definitely attack them with weapons. But now, they were so calm, as if they were no longer interested in robbing them. It was really puzzling. The snow swordsman flew and landed in front of a huge mansion. Inside the mansion, there was an ancient well with a purple light that shot up to the sky. This was the sky-seeking well of the number 1 peerless clan. In order to borrow the sky-seeking well, Su Yu had become a spy for the number 1 peerless clan. However, with the vicissitudes of time, No one would have thought that Su Yu would become a pirate leader. And the number one peerless clan that had asked Su Yu to be a spy had fled. It has been confirmed that the core bloodline of the number one peerless clan has been transferred away in front of the Heavenly Legacy Cavern. Now, no one knows where they have gone. Beside the ancient well, a pretty young woman in snow-white clothes spoke in a gentle tone. She looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The person next to the woman was naturally Su Yu. On the way back from the Qiani Cavern, Su Yu had already predicted that golden-eyed Lungjuan's plan would fail and that he would have to flee. Therefore, he informed Meng Ku-er in advance to go to the number one peerless family to protect the sky-seeking well in order to prevent it from being destroyed. Su Yu stared at the ancient well in front of him, his brows slightly furrowed. After his and Meng Ku-er's attempts, they found that the heavenly well required at least 10 Daoist masters to work together to open it, just as golden-eyed Playboy had said. However, Su Yu only had 7 Pathmasters under his control. Including Meng Kia, he only had 8. Meng Kuer's strength was higher than an ordinary Dao Lord's, and she could play the role of 2 Dao Lords, but that was only 9. One more to go. Why don't I go to the second peerless clan next door and grab another Dao Lord to try? Meng Kuer tilted her head and said. That was the only way. Just as he was about to remind Meng Kuer to be careful, suddenly, the swordsman in the snow came and knelt on one knee, reporting to Cauldron Venerable, the 6th peerless aristocratic family has led their core members here. They are currently surrounded by us. Please give the order. The 6th peerless family? Su Yu was slightly surprised. He had expected that the other aristocratic families would come to snatch the territory and resources of the first peerless aristocratic family. However, the 2nd peerless aristocratic family was the most likely to come. He did not expect that the last one to come would be the 6th peerless aristocratic family, which was far away from them. Su Yu did not have much resentment towards Mie Zheng. Back then, he had given Su Yu double the ransom, which had facilitated Su Yu's rise to become one of the pirate leaders. Let him come in. Only he is allowed to enter. The swordsman in the snow reported quickly and brought Mie Zheng back. Su Yu was facing the heavenly well with his back facing him, so Mie Zheng did not recognize him immediately. However, Mie Zheng was shocked to see so many familiar pirate leaders standing on his left and right as if they were his guards. Who exactly is this Cauldron Venerable? Is he the ruler of the Pirate Alliance? He knew very well that the Pirate Alliance had never had a unifier. Even when Xie Xiaoye was still alive, she had never ruled the Pirate Alliance. All the pirates occupied their own territory, and none of them submitted to anyone else. Chapter 2273. My name is Mie Zheng. Greetings, Cauldron Master. Mie Zheng was very nervous. He didn't know anything about this Cauldron Master. Was the other party cruel and eccentric? How have you been, Mie Zheng? A familiar voice floated into his ears. Mie Zheng was startled. This voice. He looked up and saw the Cauldron Venerable Cauldron slowly turn around. What he saw was an excessively young face. Su Ruchu. Mie Zheng blurted out in surprise. As soon as he said it, the former pirate leaders shouted angrily, "How dare you call our master by his name? Master!" Great waves surged in Mie Zheng's heart again. The 7 pirate leaders who had been wreaking havoc in the 7 great civilizations were calling Su Yu their master. He had thought that the Cauldron Master was at most the ruler of the Pirate Alliance. He didn't expect that he would enslave the Pirate Alliance. Su Yu allowed the Snow Swordsman and the others to join the Cauldron, but he didn't recognize the 7 pirate leaders. None of them were good people, and such people didn't deserve to join the Cauldron. They could only be Su Yu's slaves. Mie Zheng immediately changed his tone and said respectfully, "Greetings, Cauldron Master." "Get up," Su Yu said calmly. Mie Zheng stood up and looked at the young Su Yu, his mind full of thoughts. The current Su Yu was already on an equal footing with him. No, Su Yu might even be on a higher level than him. The 7 pirate leaders aside, the pretty woman next to Su Yu gave him a feeling that she wasn't any weaker than Xie Xiaoye. Even the former, who was a family master, could only be used by Su Yu. How powerful was such a person? Mie Zheng's family master, did you come here for the territory and resources of the greatest family? Su Yu asked directly. Miezheng struggled in his heart and gave up the idea of competing with Su Yu. He said, I didn't expect the Cauldron Master to be here. Since you've already come here, I'll leave with my people. Wait. Su Yu called out to him. Cauldron Master, what can I do for you? Miezheng asked nervously. I'll give you the territory and resources. However, Su Yu didn't make things difficult for Miezheng. Instead, Su Yu said something that he didn't dare to believe. Cauldron Senior, please state it clearly. Miezheng became even more nervous, as he wondered. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Does Su Yu have another request? As expected, Su Yu said, in exchange, do me a favor. Miezheng's expression turned ugly as he said, Cauldron Master, please speak. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. He said, I want to open the heavenly well, but I'm still short of a pathmaster. Are you willing to help me? Miezheng had never imagined that it would be such a simple request. That's all? Miezheng asked in disbelief. Su Yu retorted, if you want to impose more conditions on yourself, I won't oppose it. Was it really that simple? Miezheng felt like he was dreaming. If you don't have any objections, then let's start now, Su Yu said. Although Miezheng did not want to believe it, there was no harm in trying. Miezheng's strength was equivalent to that of 2 Dao Lords, and he completely fulfilled the requirement of 10 people. The 9 Dao Lords surrounded the heavenly well and channeled their Dao Lord powers into it at the same time. Crash! All of a sudden, the sound of huge waves emerged from the ancient well, and the purple light that soared into the sky became even more dazzling. The faces of the 9 Dao Lords changed instantly. They could sense that their Dao Lord powers were flowing rapidly into the ancient well. Miezheng's tone was slightly anxious as he said, Cauldron Master, if you have any questions, ask them as soon as possible. We can't hold on for much longer. Su Yu nodded and took a deep breath. He stuck his head into the mouth of the ancient well and asked loudly, where is the Sinful Lady Palace? The Sinful Lady Palace is, the Sinful Lady Palace, sinful. The ancient well was full of echoes. Just as Su Yu was wondering where the so-called answer came from, a weak voice came from the bottom of the well. It's an 8-star civilization. The voice disappeared in a flash. Fortunately, Su Yu managed to remember it. An 8-star civilization? Which 8-star civilization are you referring to? Su Yu shouted loudly as he asked again. Considering the vastness of the great beginning realm, there shouldn't be only one 8-star civilization. Miezheng slowly withdrew his Dao Lord powers and said, Cauldron Master, you don't have to ask anymore. The heavenly well only answers one question every 10 years. You've already used up your chances just now. Su Yu waved his hands reluctantly, signaling the 7 pirate leaders to stop. It wouldn't help if they continued. There were so many 8-star civilizations in the world. Which one was the heavenly well referring to? Su Yu felt a deep sense of dejection. Was this the only answer he could get after working so hard? He sighed deeply and regained his composure. Then, he waved his hands and said, let's go. Everyone, retreat. He had kept his promise and left everything to Miezheng. Miezheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect Su Yu would really hand over the first peerless family to him. Seeing that Su Yu was about to leave, Miezheng thought for a moment and said, Cauldron Master, please wait. What's the matter? Su Yu asked absent-mindedly. He only got a vague answer about the specific location of the Sinful Lady Palace. Miezheng said hesitantly, I've heard some rumors about the Sinful Lady Palace. Hey! Family Master Miezheng, please enlighten me. Su Yu asked hurriedly. Miezheng said, actually, it's not a secret. I just happened to come across it when I was traveling. He continued, a few decades ago, I took my daughter to visit an old friend in a 7-star civilization. Unexpectedly, the civilization was attacked by a group of extremely powerful Corpse Clan members. Corpse Clan? He hadn't heard any rumors about the Corpse race for a long time. What's strange is that the main intention of the Corpse Clan wasn't to invade the civilization, but to track down the whereabouts of the Sinful Lady Palace. As he spoke, he cast a strange look at Su Yu. The whereabouts of the sinful girl that the Corpse Clan was chasing? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, what is the name of the leader of the Corpse Clan? Miezheng tried hard to recall. I think it's called Pearl? Bang! Suyu felt his head explode. The pearl female corpse. When they parted ways in the Sea of Constellations, the pearl female corpse had mistakenly believed that Suyu had died at the hands of the sinful Lady Palace. Hence, she had sworn to destroy the sinful Lady Palace. After nearly 50 years, Suyu thought that the pearl female corpse had already given up. But who knew, half a year passed like water. It swept away the aspirations of countless heroes and countless memories. But it could not take away the oath that was engraved in the passage of time. Just as the pearl corpse had said, she was willing to be like a vine, following the direction of the tree for the rest of her life, spreading into the boundless sky. Even if the giant tree never lowered his head to look at her, he would never regret it. Suyu's heart trembled continuously, as if he had been electrocuted. 50 years. That's 50 years. What did she rely on to persevere for so long? Was it just because of that oath? And was it worth it for her to do so? Suyu felt his heart sink, as if it was being weighed down by an extremely heavy boulder. There were unbearable burdens in life, and the pearl female corpse's love was one of them. Chapter 2274. How is she? Where is he now? Suyu's voice was slightly trembling, and his eyes were extremely focused, showing his emotions. Miezheng was startled, and he wondered. What's wrong with Suyu? Does he have a deep hatred for the corpse clan? Why is he so excited? With a comforting smile, he said, "Don't worry, Cauldron, venerable Cauldron. The corpse clan is an existence that everyone has the right to kill. Naturally, my old friend would not just stand by and watch. He personally took action and annihilated most of the corpse clan. Although he did not manage to kill the female corpse called Juji, he left a deep wound on her, making her feel so much pain that she would rather die." As he spoke, he noticed that Suyu's face was gradually becoming gloomy, which made him feel even more puzzled. Could it be that Suyu was dissatisfied because he did not manage to kill him and allowed him to escape? And then, where is she now? Suyu clenched his fists tightly, which were hidden in his sleeves. Miezheng said shamefully, "Although my old friend tried his best, he was still outnumbered. That female corpse went to where the star fixing plate was to look for the sinful Lady Palace. After getting the information she wanted, she dragged her injured body and left. No one knows where she went. No matter where the corpse race appeared, they would be feared and hunted down. Even so, in order to find the sinful Lady Palace and avenge Suyu, Zhuji still went to the 7-star civilization at all costs. As a result, she was besieged by the creatures there and was severely injured in the end. A great feeling of remorse and emotion reverberated in Suyu's heart. He could not wait to catch up with Zhuji and check on her injuries. Does the time-fixing plate still exist? Here. What kind of civilization is that? Suyu's tone was a little anxious. Miezheng assumed that Suyu had found a clue about the sinful woman palace, which was why he was so excited. So, he smiled and said, "I'm not sure about that. It's said that it's in a remote area of that civilization. My old friend should know about it." At this point, Miezheng finally revealed his true intentions. "I can introduce you to that old friend of mine and take you to the star positioning plate. However, I have a favor to ask of Cauldron Senior." Miezheng had wanted to ask Suyu for a favor a long time ago. Unfortunately, there had never been a chance. But now, when the conditions were right, success came naturally. "Tell me about it." Suyu looked at him. Miezheng said, "Don't worry, Cauldron Venerable Master. I won't delay your journey. It's just a convenience." He took out a letter that he had prepared a long time ago. The letter was sealed with a secret seal. Only Patriarch-level powerhouses could forcefully break through the wax and peek at the contents. Once the wax was opened, there was no way to cover the letter again. The recipient would immediately discover that the letter had already been opened. "I hope Cauldron Master can hand this letter to my old friend." Miezheng took out the jade pendant that he always carried with him and added a message to it. The message was to introduce Suyu to his old friend and ask for his help in finding the star positioning plate. Just delivering a letter. Moreover, he was giving it to the person he was looking for. It was indeed something he did conveniently, and it wouldn't delay his main business. "All right." Suyu agreed readily. Miezheng hesitated for a moment and said, "My old friend might be a little cold. If he has offended you in any way, I hope Cauldron Venerable won't take it to heart." Cold. The relationship between them was probably very shallow, right? If they really had a deep relationship, why would they need to worry about whether the other party was cold or not? Fortunately, Su Yu didn't intend to rely on Miezheng's favor to ask about the star positioning plate. He would find a way to ask about it himself. What kind of civilization is that? Miezheng took out a rather large painting. There were thousands of twinkling stars on it. Some were bright, while others were dark. One of the stars, which wasn't very bright, had a faint red hue. This is the true legacy of the sixth peerless family, the extraterrestrial true map. It includes all the civilizations in the West regions, Miezheng said proudly. In the entire West regions, there are no more than 10 similar true map. The extraterrestrial true map referred to the regions outside of the 8-star civilizations. Su Yu's eyes scanned the true map quickly. He was surprised to find the Constellation C civilization in the westernmost region. The Constellation C civilization was as inconspicuous as a speck of dust in the true map. It didn't even shine. If it wasn't for the words on it, it would have been impossible to recognize it. Subsequently, he found the Dayu civilization, the Dark Star civilization, the Tai Chi faction civilization, the Demon dimension. Many civilizations that Su Yu had been to were clearly displayed on the map. These were just the tip of the iceberg when it came to the entire true map. There were hundreds of millions of stars in other regions. This true map only showed the west regions of the extraterrestrial true map. There were 3 other regions of the extraterrestrial true map that hadn't been revealed yet. Even a Pathmaster wouldn't be able to tour the entire extraterrestrial true map, even if they exhausted their entire lives. "How is it?" Miezheng asked with a smile. Su Yu nodded. "It's amazing. Haha, this true map was drawn by the Sky Legacy Emperor in the past. He contacted several 7-star civilizations and mobilized tens of millions of Pathmasters to draw it together. That drawing process was unprecedented." Miezheng thought back to the past and was shocked by the spirit of the Sky Legacy Emperor. In the end, this true map was completed. The great Emperor of Tianni wanted to follow the true map to conquer all the civilizations in the entire star area and establish the West region's great civilization. Unexpectedly, he died suddenly, and the true map fell into the hands of the 6th peerless family. We, the 6th peerless family, are weak and unable to expand. The true map has been covered in dust ever since. Unifying the entire West regions? The great Emperor of Tianni was really ambitious. This is the civilization that the Corpse clan invaded. Miezheng pointed at one of the brighter civilizations. This civilization was labeled as the Colored Glaze civilization. Coincidentally, the Colored Glaze civilization's neighbor was the Starfire civilization. Thinking of the Purple Flame Demonic Woman and the Divine Flame Demonic Woman who had been in seclusion for many years, Su Yu felt slightly fearful. He took a closer look and was surprised to find that there were 9 civilizations that were as bright as the Colored Glaze civilization and the Starfire civilization. The 9 civilizations formed a giant circle. In the center of the circle, there was a dazzling, enormous civilization. The radiance it emitted was so bright that it almost overwhelmed the other 9 civilizations. "What civilization is this?" Su Yu asked in surprise. This civilization was the only one that was not labeled. Miezheng looked at where Su Yu was pointing and said, "It's the mysterious Dao Palace." Su Yu knew about the Yellow Dao Palace. It was an organization that existed in the regions of 6-star civilizations and below. It was responsible for managing the civilizations within its jurisdiction. But the mysterious Dao Palace. Was it the organization responsible for managing the 7-star civilizations? The mysterious Dao Palace gathers the strongest people in the entire West regions. Their existence is to maintain the overall balance of the West regions. Once a destructive force that is too powerful appears, they will be mobilized. It was just as he had expected. "How powerful are they?" Su Yu asked. Miezheng's face trembled slightly as he said, "They are very powerful. The great Emperor of Tianni once challenged the weakest Pathmaster in the mysterious Dao Palace. In the end, He was defeated by a single strike. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Even a powerful person like the great Emperor of Tianyi couldn't defeat a single strike from the weakest Pathmaster in the mysterious Dao Palace? What kind of people were in the mysterious Dao Palace? Seeing that Su Yu was interested in the mysterious Dao Palace, Miezheng said, "With your talent, if you want to join the mysterious Dao Palace, you will definitely become a disciple there." Su Yu's talent was one of the best in the 7 unique civilizations. Entering the mysterious Dao Palace and becoming a disciple, there was no doubt about it. "Maybe," Su Yu said calmly. He didn't want to talk about the mysterious Dao Palace anymore. Su Yu had always been wary of mysterious organizations like the Pathmaster Palace. "Tell me the specific contact information of your old friend. I will set off for the Colored Glaze civilization right away," Su Yu said. Miezheng handed over the relevant information. Su Yu immediately led his people away from the 7 unique civilizations and stepped into the boundless Taichu civilization. "Cauldron Master, are we going to give up on the 7 unique civilizations?" the Snow Swordsman asked. The 7 unique civilizations were in a state of chaos where the various forces were redividing their territories. It was a great opportunity for the Cauldron to take root here. How could Su Yu give it up? Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I will come back again." He turned around and looked at a place in the 7 unique civilizations. A few months later, Xia Yian appeared in the first peerless family, his brows furrowed. In the past few months, he had gone to the Pirate Alliance's base. To his surprise, the base had been destroyed and the Pirate Alliance was nowhere to be found. Then, he returned to the 7 unique civilizations and went to many families, but he didn't find any trace of the Pirate Alliance. Finally, he came to the territory of the first peerless family. Not long after he appeared, Miezheng, who had sensed his aura, came over. He said with fear, "Why are you here?" Xia Yian said calmly, "Don't worry. I am not interested in occupying the territory for the time being. I am here to ask about someone. Go ahead." Miezheng's expression softened. "Su Ruchu? Su Ruchu?" Miezheng was surprised. Seeing his expression, Xia Yian asked hurriedly, "Have you seen her before?" Miezheng thought for a moment and didn't hide anything. He told him that he had already gone to the Colored Glaze civilization. "Ah, I'm too late," Xia Yian sighed. Miezheng's eyes turned as he wondered why Xia Yian was looking for Su Yu. At that moment, Xia Yian stared at Miezheng for a while and said, "Fine. Since you are here, I will officially inform you that you must send your daughter to my house in half a year. I will not wait for her if you are late." Miezheng was puzzled by these strange words. Xia Yian took out an invitation letter and showed it to him. Seeing the invitation letter, Miezheng was shocked. Is this an invitation letter from that place?" Xia Yian said, "You must send it to her within half a year." Then, without further explanation, he left immediately. Miezheng was left alone, overjoyed. "Guards!" he ordered immediately. Several Pathmasters came up to him. "You can decide what to do next. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must leave." Miezheng looked extremely anxious. He didn't even say anything before he left with the confused Xuemeng Feiyu, heading straight for the 7th peerless family. Everyone on the scene was stunned. In order to seize the territory and resources of the first peerless family, Miezheng had used more than half of the 6th peerless family's power. Now, at such a critical juncture, he was abandoning it. What could be more important than expanding the family's territory? Chapter 2275. At that time, Su Yu stepped into the vast void. After 10 years, he finally arrived at the Colored Glaze civilization, one of the 9 great civilizations of the Western region. For 10 years, he was immersed in the study of the true map of the Western region. Not only did he know the location and details of the main civilizations, but more importantly, he found something very surprising in the true map. If all the zodiac palaces on the true map were connected by lines, it would become a chessboard. This discovery really surprised Su Yu. Every line was perfectly straight and orderly. It was definitely not a coincidence. Instead, it was a giant hand that had created the heavens and earth. The most surprising thing was that all civilizations were pawns on the chessboard. Tai Chu was the game, civilizations were the chess pieces, and trillions of lives were the pawns. What kind of heaven-shaking wealth was this? In the darkness, there was an invisible giant hand that covered the sky, controlling the primordial world and the fate of all living thing. Who is the chess player? Su Yu raised his head and stared at the boundless world, his heart filled with bewilderment. Was it the sacred mountain? But why did they have to do this? They only needed to destroy and restart the era to create an infinite lifespan and immortality. After 10 years of thinking, he still could not get an answer. Cauldron Master, the colored glaze civilization has arrived. Please give your orders. The snow swordsman had become Su Yu's right-hand man. With the support of Su Yu's countless resources, he had completed the Taoization of his body and soul. He only needed to obtain the divine throne of heaven and earth to complete the Taoization of the rules and become a pathmaster. The snow swordsman was very grateful to Su Yu. You are too big a target. If you enter the colored glaze civilization rashly, you will easily attract attention. Su Yu had already made arrangements. He pointed to a small civilization on the true map that was very close to the colored glaze civilization. All of you stay here and be ready to fight. He had an intuition that the trip to the colored glaze civilization might not be smooth. It was better to make arrangements early. Yes. Thousands of warships sailed away, and Su Yu arrived at the colored glaze civilization alone. As soon as he landed, Su Yu felt a stabbing pain in his body. The cold penetrated deep into his bones. Even though Su Yu's physique was stronger than that of a family master, he still felt extremely uncomfortable. Looking up, he saw a land of ice and snow. It was dead silent, empty, and cold. It is indeed as described. The colored glaze civilization is covered in ice and snow all year round, and the environment is extremely harsh, Su Yu murmured softly. He looked around and locked his gaze on a cypress pine that could be seen everywhere. The cypress pine had already frozen into ice, but there was a pink flower growing at the top of the tree. Ignoring the bitter cold, it fluttered in the wind. With a flick of Su Yu's finger, the flower was teleported to Su Yu's palm. This was the unique cold-resisting element of the colored glaze civilization. It was born in a land of extreme cold. It could resist the cold and grow because there were special cold-resistant ingredients in its body. If a person swallowed it, they could use the ingredients inside to resist the cold. However, Su Yu did not swallow it. Instead, he crushed it. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but Su Yu could see that there was a faint wisp of fortune energy within the flower. Naturally, there would be no remnant chi of creation left in the affairs of nature. Only when man was created by nature could such a scene occur. These cold-warding fumes should have been created by someone. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to consume it rashly. He only needed to secretly activate the divine dragon Taoism body and cover the surface of his body with a layer of dragon scales, and he would be able to completely resist the local cold. Dong dong, several muffled sounds cut through the icy silence. Su Yu looked into the distance and saw a snow-white giant ape the size of a mountain leaping tens of millions of miles. In front of it, two panic-looking young people were running for their lives. The two young people were a man and a woman. The man looked ordinary, but the woman was amazingly beautiful. Only Xuemeng Feiyu and Bai Yun Hongxian from the 7 unique civilizations could be compared to her. Moreover, their clothes were extraordinary. They were all Taoist artifact fairy embryos. As they ran, they attacked behind them. Both of their cultivations were not weak. Both of them were strong men who had achieved the Tao of physique and soul. They were extremely powerful with Taoist artifact fairy embryos in their hands. The strength exerted by each of them was comparable to that of an ordinary pathmaster. In the 7 unique civilizations, there was only one such young man like Xia Rukan. However, as soon as he came to the colored glaze civilization, he met 2 of them at random. The colored glaze civilization was worthy of being one of the 9 great civilizations of the Western region. The depth of their heritage was incomparable to that of the 7 unique civilizations. However, the giant ape's strength was amazing. It was almost at the level of a family master. Their attacks could only cause minor injuries to the giant ape. Not only did they not stop the giant ape's attack, but they also provoked it to attack even more crazily. It grabbed 2 icebergs from the ground and threw them forward. The giant ape's attacks were fierce and accurate. How could the physiques of the 2 young people compete with the giant ape of the family master level? Moreover, apes had always been known for their physiques. Their strength was even greater than that of the pathmasters of the family master level. After just a few hits, the Taoist artifact fairy embryos on their bodies could not withstand it and were all smash. The 2 of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were buried in the ice and snow. They were seriously injured. The giant ape roared and patted its chest. It jumped up and was about to attack again. Suyu was unmoved. He had no intention of attacking. Behind the 2 young people, there were 2 elders whose strength had reached the level of a family master. They were secretly protecting them. They should be people who are training, Suyu said calmly. Suyu said indifferently, however, I'm afraid that the 2 family master level elders won't be able to deal with this giant ape. In the past 10 years, he had not only studied the true map, but he had also learned many things. This included the rare snow-white giant ape. This ape was called the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape, and it had part of the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Under normal circumstances, it would be in the form of a giant ape. Once it felt threatened, it would activate the Dragon Clan's bloodline and transform into a half-dragon half-ape existence. Its strength was boundless, and it was far greater than the experts at the level of a family master. The Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape was very rare, and it was not even recorded in most ancient books. The 3 people in front of him must have treated it as an ordinary giant ape and used it as a training object. Little did they know that the 2 young people were already in danger. The 2 experts at the level of a family master would not be able to save them. Seeing that they were in danger, the scales on Suyu's body suddenly opened and emitted an intense Dragon Clan's aura. The furious Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape felt a reaction from its bloodline and was startled. It then roared several times in Suyu's direction. After hesitating for a while, it finally stopped and escaped with large strides. Suyu had absorbed dragon blood many times, and the Dragon Clan's bloodline in his body was much more abundant than that of the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape. Due to the fear of its bloodline, it naturally avoided Suyu. It was precisely because of this that the 2 young people were saved. Suyu did not take another look at it. He turned around and was about to use the space domain to leave. Unexpectedly, 2 elders blocked Suyu's way. One of them had green hair, while the other wore a red dress. They were both looking at Suyu with unfriendly gazes. Were you the one who scared the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape away? The red-dressed female pathmaster questioned him. Before the Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape left, it had roared loudly in Suyu's direction. Scared away? It should have been scared away, right? You can say that. Suyu did not explain further. Chapter 2276. The beautiful woman rebuked Suyu. She had a snow-white chin, which made her look like a peacock. The man who had come with her also furrowed his brows, blaming Suyu for being meddlesome. Suyu touched his nose. I saved you, yet I'm being blamed. Who cares about your saving? The woman had a vile character. She pointed at the 2 pathmasters behind her and said, with them here, why would a mere half-pathmaster like you need to save them? Mind your own business. Good karma didn't necessarily reap good results. After experiencing so many hardships, Suyu was already used to it. That was a Nightmare Dragon Snow Ape. If it really showed its power, you might not have been able to escape. He didn't argue, nor did he try to defend himself. He just gave a simple explanation. Oh, it turned out to be such a powerful beast, yet it was scared away by you. You're really powerful. The woman obviously didn't agree with Suyu's explanation. Suyu shook his head inwardly. He felt like he had said too much. What was there to explain to ignorant people? It was just a waste of breath. He cupped his fists at the 4 of them. Since you're fine, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, he turned around and left. Humph. You scared away the giant ape we were training with. Where do you think you're going if you don't compensate us? The woman's figure flickered and blocked Suyu's way. This woman. She doesn't know how to be grateful after being saved, but she's making things difficult for her benefactor. Suyu's gaze became indifferent. How? Invite it back. Seeing that Suyu wasn't remorseful at all, she placed her hands on her waist and glared at him. Lad, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Judging from her stubborn and unruly temper, it was obvious that she had a powerful background. Usually, a stubborn and unruly person like her, who didn't have a powerful background, would have died many times in a world full of martial artists. First, I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. Second, I've always been like this. It's up to you whether you want to listen to me or not, Suyu said calmly. Third, you're on your own. As he spoke, Suyu continued walking forward, not caring that she was blocking his way. The stubborn woman pursed her lips. I don't believe there's anyone in this world that I can't deal with. She stood in front of Suyu and did not budge an inch. Suyu didn't stop either, so the outcome was obvious. How could the unruly woman be a match for Suyu's physique? With a bang, she stumbled and fell to the side of the road. The unruly woman was in so much pain that she clenched her teeth. She stood up in embarrassment and chased after Suyu. She then shouted angrily, Wen Qing, Wen Zui, capture him. Suyu felt that this woman was too much. How could he be so unruly? The two Dao lords had obeyed his orders and were about to capture him. Suyu's gaze became ice cold, and just when he was about to teach them a lesson, he suddenly realized something. He curled the corners of his mouth and asked, Didn't you want me to compensate you with a nightmare dragon snow ape? Fine, I'll pay you back 10 times. 10 times? They had just comprehended what it meant when they heard angry roars coming from the horizon. Huge nightmare dragon snow apes the size of snow-capped mountains leaped over from the horizon. They were like huge leaping mountains. There were a total of 10 of them, a ghastly sight. The two Daelords' eyelids twitched. They could easily subdue one nightmare dragon snow ape if they joined hands, but if there were 10 of them, they would be the ones who would be subdued. Run. The two Daolords pulled one person each, and their faces turned pale as they fled quickly. Suyu couldn't help but laugh. The nightmare dragon snow apes usually lived in groups, and provoking one was equivalent to provoking a whole group. Even though the previous one had fled in fright, there was still a group waiting for them. Suyu wore a faint smile as he watched them flee in panic. This is what you call training. The two Daolords were extremely fast, but how could they be a match for the nightmare dragon snow apes? When they saw that the two Daolords were about to escape, they activated their Dragon Clan's bloodline and transformed into a half-dragon half-ape body. A pair of giant dragon wings grew from their backs. As they flapped their wings, their speed increased by 10 times, and they instantly caught up with them. They then descended from above their heads, crushing them with their enormous bodies. The two Daelords' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly revolved their domains to defend themselves. However, the nightmare dragon snow apes merely raised their palms and slapped them fiercely, shattering their domains on the spot. At the same time, they were slapped to the ground. The two Daelords' bodies felt as if their bones had been shattered, and they lay on the ground, unable to get up. The unruly woman and the young man's faces were pale, and they were devoid of any color. They had only been attacked by two nightmare dragon snow apes. In a one-on-one fight, a Dao Lord, who was a master of a family, had been beaten half to death by the nightmare dragon snow ape's attack. They had just realized that Suyu was telling the truth. They might not be able to deal with the nightmare dragon snow apes. Suyu had indeed saved the lives of the two young men. Where is that silver-haired human? Quickly look for him for help. He seems to have a secret method to scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, the two Daolords immediately found a straw to clutch at. They grabbed the two young men and fled frantically. After dodging left and right, they finally returned. They discovered that Suyu was still nearby, and he was unhurriedly confirming the direction and preparing to leave. My young friend, please wait. Please help to scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes. The two Daolords implored anxiously, their faces no longer filled with reproach. Suyu's expression was calm as he said, My abilities are mediocre, far inferior to the two elders. How could I scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes? Previously, the unruly woman had mocked Suyu for exaggerating the nightmare dragon snow ape's abilities, thinking that it was impossible for Suyu to scare away the nightmare dragon snow apes. Now, She had come to ask Suyu for help. Seeing that Suyu was just watching from the side, the two downlords were filled with regret. They were about to say something, but the unruly woman spoke again. Lad, how could you leave them to die? As soon as the accusatory words left her mouth, the two downlords knew that they were in trouble. They could not wait to beg Suyu, so how could they blame him? Did they really think that this was the palace? As expected, Suyu's expression was indifferent, and he even hid his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the unruly woman calmly. First, saving you is a favor, and not saving you is my duty. Saving you is not my responsibility or obligation. Second, I have already saved you once, and I have already done my part. I do not need to save you a second time. Farewell. After he spoke, he used the space domain and left this place. The unruly woman said angrily, "Come back here. I order you." The two downlords wished they could seal the unruly woman's mouth. It was all because of her foul mouth. At the same time, the two downlords regretted underestimating Suyu. They had not taken his words seriously. What they regretted even more was that when the woman had made things difficult for Suyu, not only had they not stopped her, but they had even become her accomplices. They had forcefully pushed their savior to the opposite side. Chapter 2277. Seeing that the nightmare dragon snow apes were about to attack them, the four of them felt hopeless. This experience might be the end of their lives. However, right at this moment, a wisp of an afterimage suddenly flashed past above them, and then the bodies of over 10 nightmare dragon snow apes that flew over exploded into pieces of flesh that sprayed through the air. Those nightmare dragon snow apes were creatures with keen senses, but they were all killed before they sensed the danger. The person who attacked them was so powerful that they could not even sense his aura. What was more terrifying was his strength. Even Xia Yian might not be able to kill 10 nightmare dragon snow apes in an instant. The shadow disappeared in a flash. The two Pathmasters did not even see the face of the attacker before he disappeared into the distance. The people who had just passed the gates of hell felt their hearts beating wildly, and they could not suppress the fear. Just a little bit more and they would have all died here. Sigh, the two of us failed His Majesty's trust. We needed His Majesty's help to save us. The female Pathmaster, Wenqing, sighed deeply. In the territory of the Nightless Empire, who else would have such power and be willing to save the princess other than the current emperor? Father, why didn't you help us earlier? I was scared to death just now. The unruly woman patted her chest. She was the second princess of the Nightless Empire, Princess Qian Yu. His Majesty just wanted to give the princess enough training, Wenqing said. Princess Qian Yu stood up and shook off the ice on her body. She thought of Suyu, and hatred grew in her heart. She said, "Was that person a citizen of our empire? Damn it, how could he leave me in danger? I will make him pay for this. Pass down my order. Search for this person in the entire empire." Unlike ordinary empires, the Nightless Empire was best at spying and transmitting information. If a princess wanted to find someone in her territory, she would usually find something in a short time. Maybe it is not necessary. I saw His Majesty leaving in the direction of that silver-haired human, Wenqing said with a bitter smile. The monarch had always been overly fond of Princess Qian Yu. What she hated was what His Majesty hated. Since His Majesty had chased after Suyu, he would not let Suyu off easily. Suyu used the space domain and arrived at a snowy peak far away. He paused and stopped at the snowy peak. Without turning his head, he said, "Your Excellency, why did you catch up to me?" With the help of the powerful space domain, Suyu could sense the abnormal fluctuations in the space behind him. "Oh, Your Excellency's attainments in the Tao of space seem to be very high." The space behind him flickered like ripples on the surface of a calm lake. From the ripples, a man in a blue long robe walked out with his hands behind his back. His appearance was ordinary, and there was nothing special about his eyes. His temperament was very similar to that of an ordinary person. But to be able to catch up to his space domain, could it be an ordinary person? Suyu turned his head and calmly looked at him. "Do you have any advice for me?" "No." The blue-robed middle-aged man said indifferently, "I am that girl's father." As he stated his identity, his gaze was carefully sizing up Suyu. Yu was neither servile nor overbearing, and he said, "I can't save your daughter, but I can't not save her either. I'm in a difficult position now." He. Unexpectedly, the blue-robed middle-aged man laughed. "I'm not here to cause trouble for you. I'm here to invite you to a banquet." As he spoke, he took out a dazzling silver invitation card, which had 2 words written on it, invitation. The words had a unique charm to them, and just by looking at them, one could tell that the writer had a high Tao aura. "I still don't know who you are?" Yu asked. "A woodcutter." The blue-robed middle-aged man smiled calmly. Yu pondered for a moment, then asked, "Why did you invite me to a banquet?" "To admire you," the blue-robed middle-aged man replied calmly. He had witnessed Yu use the space domain with his own eyes. What was the space domain? How many people had succeeded in it since ancient times? It was difficult for him not to admire it. Yu hesitated for a moment, then took the letter and said, "I'll accept the invitation, but I may not have the time to attend it." "It doesn't matter. I'll go according to your schedule." After the blue-robed middle-aged man finished speaking, he left with a smile. Yu was confused. He still didn't know who the blue-robed middle-aged man was, yet he had received an invitation card out of nowhere. Yu put the letter into his sleeve, then followed Miezheng's directions and asked questions along the way. Finally, he arrived in front of an ancient forest, which was surrounded by mountains and seas of mist. As far as the eye could see, the white mist was like a fairy, which made the whole forest look mysterious. The forest was so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves could be heard clearly. This place was called the fairy realm by the people nearby, and it was an otherworldly place. It was rumored that a householder Qingyuan lived in the forest. The locals called him Qingyuan Celestial Senior. This Qingyuan Celestial Senior was the person Yu was looking for. It was Miezheng's old friend. Yu stepped into the forest, and the mist immediately flowed, as if he was in the fairy realm. However, a martial artist like Yu could naturally see that the so-called fairy clouds were not formed naturally, but were created by a formation. The silence in the forest was the same. The existence of the formation had driven away all the slightly larger creatures, and only the chirping of some small insects could be heard. It is rumored that Qingyuan Celestial Senior is noble and arrogant, and he disdains the evil of the secular world. That's why he lives in such a secluded place. Yu could feel the fluctuations of the formation, which were man-made, and he disapproved of it. As the saying goes, a small hermit lives in the wild, while a great hermit lives in the world. If Qingyuan Celestial Senior really wanted to live in seclusion, he could have gone into secluded cultivation. Why did he have to open up a so-called otherworldly place near the imperial city, which was not far from the Nightless Empire? In Yu's opinion, being noble was fake, and being hypocritical was the truth. However, it was very interesting that along the way, Yu had met both ordinary people and martial artists who admired Qingyuan Celestial Senior greatly. He was so famous that he seemed to be quite famous in the entire Nightless Empire. It was said that Qingyuan Celestial Senior would grant all requests, and anyone who could pass through the mist and reach his thatched cottage would be granted a wish. At that moment, Yu's gaze pierced through the mist, and he could clearly see many lost people in the mist, all trying to find their way to Qingyuan Celestial Senior's thatched cottage. "He's just fooling others," Yu said lightly. If he really wanted to help others, he could have done so directly. Why did he need to create a formation to block others and test them? This was just to increase his sense of mystery and to fish for praise. Yu's eyes flashed, and he ignored the mist with his transparent eyes, heading straight for the deepest part of the forest. 2 hours later, he stopped in a world of birds and flowers. Under the azure sky, on the verdant grassland, a simple thatched cottage sat on the grassland. Several red-crowned cranes surrounded the thatched cottage, flying up and down and letting out melodious cries. At first glance, the artistic conception was extraordinary, and there was a hidden meaning to it. In front of the thatched cottage, there was a long line of people of all ages and genders. Chapter 2278. Your Excellency, are you here to pay a visit to the householder? An amiable-looking boy asked calmly as he put his palms together. Yu nodded. The boy extended his right hand and gestured for Yu to enter. Your Excellency, Please wait patiently. Most of the people in front of him were ordinary people, and the occasional martial artist was quite weak. Suyu didn't plan to cut the line by force, so he stood quietly at the back and waited. The boy didn't leave, and he looked at Suyu calmly. Your Excellency, aren't you respectful of the householder? Suyu was confused, so he asked, why do you say that? He hadn't even spoken a word, so how could he tell that he didn't respect householder Qing Yuan? The boy pointed at the group of people kneeling on the ground and said, they are the ones who are truly respectful. Suyu was the only one who was standing, while the rest were kneeling. Do I need to kneel to show my respect? Suyu couldn't help but laugh. How could an otherworldly expert need others to kneel to show his respect? It was just as Suyu had expected. Living in seclusion was just a facade. Your Excellency, I can't do anything about it. I just want to remind you that you must respect householder Qing Yuan. After saying that, the boy turned around and returned to the cottage with a smile. Suyu didn't take it seriously, so he waited quietly. At that moment, several people finally passed through the fog and reached the cottage. They were kneeling on the ground with excited and pious expressions, waiting for householder Qing Yuan to receive them. 3 fated people, please come inside. It should have been Suyu's turn to enter, but the boy arranged for the 3 of them to enter first. First come, first served. If the latecomers could be placed in front of the others, what was the point of Suyu lining up properly? Suyu shook his head in disappointment when he saw that the boy was purposely targeting him. He had come here this time because he was hoping for something. If Miezheng's old friend was easy to talk to, he wouldn't mind giving him some opportunities. During the 10 years he had been traveling, Suyu had entered the Taishu Shen Palace many times and found many objects filled with absolute beginning energy. These things were irreplaceable treasures for the Pathmasters, and they were difficult to find in the outside world. It was a pity that he hadn't even seen this person's face before the boy made things difficult for him. Suyu shook his head and took out Miezheng's letter. He then said calmly, householder Qing Yuan, I won't be meeting him. Please pass this letter to him. Well, it's not mine. It's a letter that an old friend of his asked me to pass to him. His main purpose in coming here was to deliver a letter. He didn't expect householder Qing Yuan to lead him to the star positioning plate. He had asked around along the way and learned that the Lazuli civilization had a Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This meant that he could easily obtain information. It was nothing more than spending a little more money. Don't you have a favor to ask of householder Qing Yuan? The boy was clearly stunned. Almost everyone who came here had a favor to ask of householder Qing Yuan. Suyu replied indifferently, I don't think there's anything that needs to be requested of him. With Suyu's power and wealth, it would be better for householder Qing Yuan to beg him. After he finished speaking, he stepped on the grassland and walked into the forest. After taking a few steps, a clear and indifferent voice came from the thatched cottage, isn't it good to have friends coming from afar? The letter in the boy's hand suddenly flew up and into the thatched cottage. After a moment, a skinny old man with a head full of white hair, who was dressed in green clothes, walked out leisurely with a horsetail whisk in his hand. He was expressionless, and he seemed calm and indifferent. At first glance, he had the demeanor of a celestial being. When the people in front of the thatched cottage saw this person, they all kowtowed and shouted, Lord Qing Yuan. He was the person Suyu was looking for. Little friend, since you're a friend of the Miezheng family's master, you're also my friend. Please come in. Householder Qing Yuan's voice was faintly discernible, and he always gave people a vague sense of aloofness. It was as if he was looking down on Suyu. Suyu cupped his fists at him and said, I've already delivered the letter. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Suyu had always disdained to associate himself with people who thought themselves to be aloof. Since you've come to my thatched cottage, if I leave now, people might mistakenly think that I'm neglecting a guest from afar. Householder Qing Yuan flicked his horsetail whisk, then silently turned around and returned to the cottage. He then said, Please come in. He secretly used a wisp of the Pathmaster's power to bind Suyu and bring him into the cottage. With Suyu's physique, he wouldn't be able to shake him off so easily. However, Suyu wasn't in a hurry to leave, even though he was forcefully keeping Suyu here. He simply pretended that he couldn't break free and allowed himself to be brought into the cottage. Householder Qingyuan calmly sat down and took a sip of tea. Name. Suyu just looked at him, not uttering a single word. Householder Qingyuan didn't even look at Suyu once. When he saw that Suyu didn't reply, he calmly said, "Since you traveled 1,000 miles to deliver the letter, I'll make an exception and fulfill one of your wishes. Tell me, what is your wish?" His tone was extremely soft, but it was also extremely arrogant. It was as if Suyu was just an ant, while he was an omnipotent god. Suyu found this to be quite funny. He could only put on an act in front of ignorant mortals, but in front of Householder Qingyuan, he was just displaying his slight skill before an expert. However, since Householder Qingyuan had asked, Suyu wouldn't be polite, so he said, "Bring me to the star positioning plate." Householder Qingyuan raised his head abruptly and furrowed his brows as he looked at Suyu. "Why are you going there?" Suyu calmly asked, "Can you do it?" Suyu could see some fear in Householder Qingyuan's eyes. It seemed like Householder Qingyuan wouldn't be able to bring Suyu there. Of course. Householder Qingyuan restrained his fear and pretended to be calm. Suyu said, "Then, I'll have to trouble you." Householder Qingyuan interrupted Suyu and said, "Wait. I help people fulfill their wishes, but not everyone is worthy of my help. It depends on fate." Just a moment ago, he was talking about fulfilling Suyu's wish, yet now he was talking about fate? Actually, it was because he couldn't do it, so he was trying to deny it. Suyu asked, "Householder, do you think I'm fated enough?" Householder Qingyuan took a sip of tea and said calmly, "That depends on you." He shook his horsetail whisk, and a strand of its silk fluttered, turning into thousands of chicken feathers that fell on the ground. Life is just like these chicken feathers, and no one knows which one can change your fate. Householder Qingyuan's expression didn't change as he said, "One of the chicken feathers has the word fate on it. If you can find it, it means that you're fated to receive my help." Suyu smiled inwardly when he heard this. It wasn't easy for him to describe acting shamelessly in such a fresh and refined way. "Fine, I'll give it a try." Suyu chuckled as he swept his gaze over the chicken feathers on the ground. However, when he swept his gaze over them, he discovered that there was something else hidden within the chicken feathers. Every feather was covered by a unique aura, and Suyu's pupil technique couldn't see through it. However, Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He casually grabbed an ordinary chicken feather that was 3 feet away from him, then secretly used the evil king pearl to copy Householder Qingyuan's divine technique. He then wrote the word fate on the chicken feather. Householder Qingyuan sneered when he saw this. Among the thousands of chicken feathers, the probability of him finding the marked chicken feather was 0. Chapter 2279. Ignorant child, how dare you lie to me? Householder Qingyuan scolded him angrily. It seemed like he was extremely angry. How could he believe that Suyu could find the feather among the millions of chicken feathers so coincidentally? Without a doubt, Suyu must have done something to it. Suyu put down the feather and calmly said, "Yes, I forged this feather myself." Unexpectedly, Suyu did not try to defend himself. Instead, he openly admitted to it. This made Householder Qingyuan unable to vent his anger. Gradually, he restrained himself and said with a displeased expression, "You didn't ask me to do something with sincerity. Instead, you lied. I'm sorry, but I can't help you fulfill your wish." "Hee hee. Householder, you are really stupid." Suyu sneered. He picked up the feather and rubbed it between his fingers. "I can create your so-called feather that can change fate by myself. Let me ask you, why would I need to seek the feather that you bestowed upon me under your rules?" Suyu would not be courteous to such a conceited person who liked to pretend to be aloof and virtuous, so he pointed out his true thoughts. Sure enough, Householder Qingyuan was furious. He squinted at Suyu and said, "Young lad, I will forgive you this once, considering that you killed the Zheng family master. If you dare to speak carelessly again, I will." Suyu was not even interested in hearing him out. He interrupted him and said, "I had already decided to leave, but you insisted on helping me with something. Now that you can't do it, you're trying to play tricks on me. Now that you've been exposed, you're angry out of humiliation." He stood up slowly, his eyes filled with disdain. To be honest, I feel that maintaining the image of the Qingyuan Celestial Venerable is quite tiring. Since you killed the Zheng family master, I won't make things difficult for you. You're on your own now. If Su Yu wanted to embarrass him, it would be too easy. In front of all the people who respected him, he beat him up, completely destroying his image as a scholar. However, since he had killed Zheng family master, Su Yu was too lazy to do so. Ignorant child. Householder Qingyuan slammed the table and stood up. His pathmaster's power was stirred, and he looked like he was about to attack Su Yu. Su Yu wore a faint smile. I advise you not to be rash. As he spoke, he casually lifted the curtains and left the thatched cottage. Layman Qingyuan's face turned livid. After struggling for a moment, he slowly retracted his Dao Lord's power and snorted inwardly. You think I won't dare to attack you just because there are so many people around? Mph, you're smart. It was obvious that he had misunderstood Su Yu's intentions. Su Yu had asked him not to act rashly because he didn't want him to suffer a beating. He wasn't threatening him with his image. I'm a dignified layman Qingyuan. Do you think I can't do anything to you? He couldn't take this lying down. An idea occurred to him. Didn't you want to ask about the time-fixing compass? Sure. Xiao Wan, come in. The boy from before immediately bowed and said respectfully, What can I do for you, sir? Inform the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to strictly block the information about the time-fixing plate. Yes. Only a few people knew about the star positioning plate. Householder Qingyuan was one of them, and the intelligence department of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce knew about it. The rest were the super forces of the Nightless Kingdom. Su Yu was an outsider, so if he wanted to obtain information about the time-fixing plate, he could only do so through the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. If the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was locked down, where could Su Yu find information? You'll definitely come back and beg me in less than 10 days. Householder Qingyuan felt much better and smiled lightly. But even if Su Yu really came back to beg him, he wouldn't help him. All he wanted was to vent his anger. After handing over Miezheng's letter, Su Yu arrived at the capital of the Nightless Kingdom. The capital was bustling, and businesses controlled by the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce could be seen everywhere. Among them was the intelligence department. As soon as Su Yu entered, a white-haired old man welcomed him warmly. May I ask if you're here to information about the time-fixing plate? The price is negotiable. Su Yu was concise and to the point, skipping the formalities. The white-haired old man's smile deepened. My young friend, please take a seat. Accompanied by the white-haired old man, Su Yu entered the quiet and secluded backyard. I'm the shopkeeper of the intelligence department, Yu Xiangdong. I can make decisions on anything other than special information. The shopkeeper implied that he didn't need to consult his boss for information about the time-fixing plate. He could make decisions on his own. That couldn't be better, Su Yu said calmly. How much? Yu Xiangdong was all smiles. 100 million Dao coins. 100 million? Dao coins were different from divine stones, crystals, and other currencies. They were extremely expensive. The Cangjing Zodiac Palace that Su Yu had been to might not even have 1 billion Dao coins. Now, a mere piece of information was asking for 100 million Dao coins, which was really expensive. Su Yu took a brief inventory of his assets. Apart from the things that he hadn't sold, he only had 200 or 300 million Dao coins. Su Yu pondered for a moment as he asked for more than half of the Dao coins at once. He could earn more Dao coins, but he had to get the information about the time-fixing plate. Every day that the sinful lady died, the sinful lady palace would have more variables. If he went too late, God knew if the sinful lady palace would still exist. It might collapse like the 7 ultimate civilizations, or it might be annexed by other forces. Deal, Su Yu said decisively and took out a gold card. Seeing this card, Yu Xiangdong's pupils constricted. The gold card was a money card issued by the Pathmaster Palace with a deposit of more than 500 million. The silver-haired human in front of him was indeed a generous guest. Yu Xiangdong rubbed his palms and said with a smile, according to the rules of our intelligence business, you pay first, then you give me the information. Information was different from other goods. If it was ordinary goods, They could still snatch the goods back if the guest changed his mind after getting the goods. However, if the guest changed his mind after learning about the information, how could they get it back? Su Yu knew that this was indeed the rule of the intelligence business, so he transferred 100 million Dao coins to the other party with the money card. Yu Xiangdong's heart relaxed, and his mood became much more relaxed. This was a big deal. Sir, please wait for a moment. I will go to the treasure house to get the relevant information scroll. All the information about the time-fixing plate was sealed in the treasure house. He didn't know the specific content. Please be quick. Su Yu nodded lightly. Yu Xiangdong strode quickly to the back hall. Unexpectedly, when he reached the middle of the courtyard, a shop assistant walked up quickly and said in a low voice, "Shopkeeper, householder Qingyuan's boy is here." The shopkeeper's face turned solemn, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. "Where is he?" "In the front yard." "Please enter the back hall quickly." The shopkeeper looked hesitantly at the guest hall where Su Yu was and said, "I will go and receive him personally. You take good care of this young man." After saying that, he left Su Yu behind and hurried to the front yard. In the guest hall of the front yard, the boy was playing with a valuable ornament in the guest hall leisurely. "Hey, what brings Lord Xiaoluan here?" The shopkeeper was all smiles, as if he was addressing the boy as an equal. The boy, who had been obedient and calm in the thatched cottage, had one hand behind his back at the moment, giving off an air of arrogance. As he continued to play with the ornament, he said indifferently, "Of course I am here under the orders of the householder." Chapter 2280. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was so powerful that they did not need to give face to anyone. Only a few top experts and some special people of their civilization could do so. Qing Yuan was not a top expert, but he was definitely a special person. He was the teacher of Princess Qian Yu, the second princess who was favored by the king. The Nightless Kingdom had once asked Qing Yuan to be Princess Qian Yu's teacher for a period of time. Even now, Princess Qian Yu still respected Qing Yuan and allowed him to enter her residence freely. Such a person could easily influence the thoughts of the second princess and often see the king. It was evident how important he was. Many people would ask Qing Yuan for help if they wanted to do something. That included the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It was all thanks to householder Qing Yuan's recommendation that they were able to take root in the Nightless Kingdom and gain a foothold there. The Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce naturally had to treat him politely. If they made him unhappy and slandered Princess Qian Yu, it would be difficult for the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to move forward. Therefore, when the shopkeeper found out that the boy was here to convey Qing Yuan's message, he treated him cautiously. "What orders do you have?" The boy did not even turn his head and said calmly, "You said that you must seal a piece of information and not sell it for now." The shopkeeper's heart sank. It was just sealing off a piece of information. It wasn't difficult at all. Similar situations were often encountered in the intelligence industry. Some influential people did not want certain information to be leaked. They would pay a high price to ensure that the intelligence industry could not sell certain information. The shopkeeper felt that Qing Yuan's request was easy. He smiled and asked, "May I ask what information you want to seal?" Xiaoluan said calmly, "The star-fixing plate." The shopkeeper's expression became strange when he heard the word. Someone had come to buy it, and Qing Yuan wanted to seal the information? His expression froze and he asked hesitantly, "When do we execute it?" "Now, immediately, immediately," Xiaoluan said firmly. The shopkeeper looked troubled and said honestly, "To tell you the truth, a customer has already bought this information and offered 100 million Dao coins." Xiaoluan rolled his eyes. "What does the customer look like?" The shopkeeper told him the truth. Xiaoluan's face darkened when he heard the description. "Have you sold it to him?" "No." The shopkeeper saw the change in Xiaoluan's expression and immediately said, "Lord Xiaoluan, my customer." Xiaoluan put his hands behind his back and snorted, "He is ungrateful." Householder Qing Yuan helped him out of kindness, but not only did he not appreciate it, he even insulted householder Qing Yuan. "He came to you looking for information about the star positioning compass. You must not give it to him." Insult householder Qing Yuan? How dare you? In the entire Nightless Kingdom, how many people would dare to insult householder Qing Yuan? That silver-haired human boy really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The shopkeeper understood why householder Qing Yuan wanted him to keep the information a secret. However, he said awkwardly, but he's already paid. Looking at the displeased boy, the shopkeeper immediately had an idea and said, I'll return the money and cancel this deal. Unexpectedly, the boy said with a smile that was not a smile, Shopkeeper, you actually let a duck that delivered itself to your doorstep go? The shopkeeper immediately understood the boy's meaning and waved his hand. No. Our Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce has always been based on our reputation. If word gets out that we embezzled someone else's Dow coins, 100 million Dow coins at that, our Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce will definitely suffer heavy losses. If word got out, who would dare to trade with the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Haha, shopkeeper, don't worry. This boy has an ordinary background. He came from the declining Heavenly Legacy civilization and only has a lowly family master behind him. He won't be able to do anything. You can rest assured, the boy said confidently. The shopkeeper's eyes shone with a greedy light. From the former Heavenly Legacy civilization? If that was the case, he had no one to rely on in the colored glaze civilization. After thinking for a moment, the shopkeeper made up his mind. He nodded slowly. I know what to do. Lord Xiao Luan awaits the good news. He returned to the backyard and went to the treasury. He casually took out a piece of information sealed in a jade talisman. A moment later, in the guest hall of the backyard, the shopkeeper cupped his hands with a pleasant expression and said, My apologies for making you wait for so long. Su Yu frowned slightly. He had indeed waited for a long time. The efficiency of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce shouldn't be so low. Have you brought the information? Please take a look at your salary. The shopkeeper took out the jade talisman and handed it over with both hands. Su Yu didn't think much of it. He clasped the jade talisman with 2 fingers and was about to take it. Unexpectedly, before his fingers could touch the jade talisman cracked open from the middle. A ball of fluorescent light flew out from the crack, and the jade talisman quickly dimmed. The information sealed in it was all useless. Su Yu was stunned. Before he could understand what was going on, the shopkeeper had already reprimanded him sternly. Sir, aren't you going too far? Our intelligence department only keeps 1 copy of the information. You destroyed it. How are we going to sell it to others? Hearing the reprimand, which seemed to have been prepared beforehand, Su Yu immediately understood. The jade talisman probably didn't contain any information about the time-fixing plate, but some other worthless information. Yu Xiangdong wanted to swallow the 100 million Dao coins. What was even more ridiculous was that not only did he covet the 100 million Dao coins, he even tried to frame Su Yu for destroying the jade talisman. It was obvious that he had tampered with it in advance. Su Yu didn't expect that the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, which was based on its reputation, could do such a thing. His eyes turned cold bit by bit. He said, You know very well what the truth is. I'll give you 2 choices. First, bring me the information about the time-fixing plate. Second, return the 100 million Dao coins. Don't make a choice that you will regret. Yu Xiangdong sneered, disapproving in his heart. If what little boy Luan said was true, and Su Yu came from the fallen Heavenly Legacy civilization, why would he need to fear him? Yu Xiangdong scolded sternly. Insolence! You maliciously destroyed the precious information of our intelligence department, and you dare to complain? Let me tell you, that piece of information can be sold to at least 3 more people. In other words, it can be sold for another 300 million. Since you destroyed the jade talisman, you have to compensate 300 million. If you can't pay this debt, I'm sorry, but the intelligence department is planning to leave. Whoosh! The auras of several pathmasters enveloped the back hall. Yu Xiangdong's face was cold, his face filled with anger. Those who didn't know would really think that Su Yu had destroyed the jade talisman. Not only did the other party not repent, but he became even worse. He wanted Su Yu to pay another 300 million. At this moment, Su Yu was not afraid. He even wanted to laugh. Just based on the pathmasters in the intelligence department, they were probably not even enough for him to fight with 1 hand. Su Yu was calm and composed. I'll say the same thing for the last time. Either you send me the information, or you return the Dao coins. Slap! Yu Xiangdong had Suyu in his grasp. He slammed the table, his face full of righteousness. It is only right and proper to compensate for the things that have been damaged. Customer, don't think that you can get away with this by acting shamelessly. Someone, bring this customer down for a good talk. They were obviously planning to put Suyu under house arrest and slowly steal the Dao coins from him. Since things had come to this, Suyu felt that saying another word was unnecessary. Chapter 2281. Yu Xiangdong sneered, not taking Suyu's words to heart. Instead, he found it hard to understand how a person who couldn't even understand the situation could have so much wealth. Yu Xiangdong waved his hand behind him with a smile. I can only ask our guest to reflect on his actions. Behind him, several strong men rushed forward and were about to capture Suyu. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he left with his space divine technique. The group of people failed to catch him, and they asked Yu Xiangdong, shopkeeper, he must have used some kind of space talisman. We should be able to catch up with him if we go after him now. Forget it. Yu Xiangdong waved his hand. I was just trying to scare him. He would be satisfied with 100 million. If he pushed Suyu too hard, it might not be a good thing to make things worse. After dismissing his servants, he quickly came to the guest hall in the front yard and said, Lord Xiaoluan, I have driven Suyu out. The boy sat leisurely on the armchair and nodded with satisfaction. Well done. He narrowed his eyes and had no intention of leaving right away. The shopkeeper understood and brought over the precious ornaments that the boy had played with many times before. He presented them to the boy and said, Lord Xiaoluan, it's rare for you to come to an intelligence shop. Take this small gift as a token of my filial piety. I hope you will accept it. The boy opened his eyes a little, and when he saw the item, his eyes immediately widened. He said, How can I accept it? Although he said that, he had already reached out and put the ornament into his sleeve. He looked even more delighted, and his attitude became more respectful. He cupped his fists at the shopkeeper and said, Then I will go back and report to the housekeeper. Shopkeeper, you has handled it very well. Then I will have to trouble Lord Xiaoluan to put in a good word for me in front of the housekeeper. Haha, no problem. The boy laughed and left contentedly. Yu Xiangdong watched him leave. After a long time, he stopped smiling and spat on the ground. Greedy thing. As the boy of housekeeper Qingyuan, he had repeatedly asked for things from the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the name of the housekeeper. Not only the intelligence shop, but the other businesses were also not spared. However, Yu Xiangdong was in a good mood after obtaining 100 million Dao coins, so he did not care much. On the other side, after the boy left the imperial city and arrived at the outskirts, he headed straight for where the scholar was. Unexpectedly, he had only taken a few steps when the space in front of him fluctuated. Then, a figure with his hands behind his back tore through space and appeared. The boy was startled. When he saw who it was, he immediately revealed a calm expression and said with a smile, So it's you, esteemed guest. May I ask why you stopped me? Suyu's eyes were placid. He did not stray too far from the intelligence department. Instead, he was observing the movements in the intelligence department from afar. Just now, he could have directly attacked and destroyed the entire intelligence agency. However, there must be a reason for Yu Xiangdong's sudden change in attitude. He quietly observed the changes and secretly investigated. Sure enough, when he saw the boy named Xiaoluan, he more or less understood what was going on. It seemed like layman Qingyuan had not heeded his warning. Dear customer, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. The boy wore a harmless look on his face as he bowed to Suyu courteously. Then, he walked past Suyu and was about to leave. However, just as he moved, Suyu casually cast a space domain, causing the boy to fall into a folded space world. He was unable to move forward. Panic and confusion appeared on the boy's face. Dear customer, what is the meaning of this? Why are you blocking my way? He was well aware of this, but he pretended that he did not know. Suyu did not bother to explain anything to him. He pulled out the sinful sword and performed the morning dusk. The boy was restricted by the space domain. Coupled with his mediocre cultivation, which was not even a half-step downward, there was no way he could evade or resist the sword. Crash! The simple and unadorned sword pierced through the boy's vital parts, which would instantly end his life. Unexpectedly, the boy's seemingly peaceful face suddenly became ferocious. His eyes were filled with malice as he snorted a purplish-black flame from his nostrils, which burned a hole through Suyu's space domain. Once the space domain was broken, it was like a broken dam, which spread for 1,000 miles. The whole space domain became unstable. The boy took the opportunity to extend his arms and bombarded the space domain, shattering it. He then grabbed the blade of the sinful sword before it could reach him. Creak! An ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other could be heard. The boy had actually grabbed the sinful sword with just one hand and broken the morning dusk sword. Suyu was slightly startled. He was slightly surprised. Although he had expected that the boy would not be simple, his strength had still exceeded his expectations. He had broken the morning dusk sword with just one hand, which was equivalent to a family master's level of strength. Humph! I did not want to do it myself, but now it seems like I have no choice but to dirty my hands for once. The boy's small and thin body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a child to a 3-jong-tall giant. His whole body was filled with explosive power, and a wave of Pathmaster's aura swept out in all directions like a great flood. This was the boy's true appearance. That householder Qingyuan had always regarded himself as noble and virtuous, so how could he really use a boy with a mediocre cultivation? Physique. Suyu had a strange look on his face. If he had hidden his strength in other aspects, Suyu might have had a hard time dealing with him, but his physique, humph, are you afraid now? The boy laughed ferociously. The last time I used my physique was when I was being chased by a family master's level of strength. You should be honored to die by my physique. Swoosh. His voice was still lingering in the air, but he had already teleported to a 3-jong distance from Suyu. His huge body cast a long shadow that enveloped Suyu's body. His left leg had already been raised high, and he was about to kick Suyu's abdomen. With such a blow, no one below the family master's level would be spared. Boom! With a kick, the boy immediately felt the solid touch of his foot, and his heart felt at ease. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the boy was stunned. This was because after his kick, Jing Ayu had kicked an iron plate, and he could not kick forward another inch. When he fixed his gaze on Suyu, his eyes were filled with shock. The human before him had transformed into a strange existence that was half human and half dragon. He stretched out a dragon claw and easily grabbed his ankle. No matter how much strength he exerted, his ankle was firmly grasped, and he could not break free. Physique. Unfortunately, my forte is also physique. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu pulled back his elbow and smashed the boy onto the ground. Bang! With a deafening sound, the boy was smashed onto the ground by Suyu, and a dull sound could be heard. Because the force was too great, the boy's body, which he was so proud of, was smashed into a bloody mess. The ground under his feet was also smashed into pieces. Dense cracks extended from the outskirts to the foot of the royal city. How is this possible? You! The boy lay on the ground, coughing violently. Puff! However, Suyu stepped on his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. Nothing is impossible, Suyu said indifferently. Chapter 2282. His wings flapped violently, creating a huge storm that shook Suyu. Seizing the opportunity, the boy flew into the sky and fled to the forest where householder Qingyuan was. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and the space in front of his eyes immediately surged back in Suyu's direction like waves. The boy, who was flying closer and closer, was horrified. The space realm? The law of space was extremely rare, and to comprehend it into a realm was a legendary existence. The person he had been scheming against turned out to be a space realm expert. Without hesitation, the boy immediately released his realm. However, in the depths of the space realm, as soon as his realm was released, it was ruthlessly shattered by the space realm. In a few breaths, he was swept up by the space realm and returned to Suyu. The boy shouted fiercely, "Householder Qingyuan is of high status and has great influence in the Empire of Nightless. You must pay for what you have done to me." Su Yu's expression was indifferent. Yes, I am looking for you because I want you to pass a message to householder Qing Yuan. Before the boy could understand, Su Yu's eyes suddenly shot out two beams of white light into the boy's eyes. Suddenly, the boy cried out in pain. His originally fierce eyes became peaceful after a moment of struggle. Finally, he knelt on one knee in front of Su Yu and said obediently, "Master, please give me your orders." Su Yu took out a fiery red pearl and handed it to him. "Go, pass a message for me." His lips moved, and a message was transmitted to the boy's ears. After doing this, Su Yu returned to the imperial city and came to the intelligence office. His body twisted, and the next moment, he appeared in the treasure house of the intelligence office. What he saw was the tens of thousands of jade pendants sealed in the treasure house, each of which contained precious information. Below the jade pendants, there was a small wooden plate with a clear price tag. The lowest one was worth tens of thousands of Dao coins. The most expensive ones were the two jade pendants located in the deepest part of the treasure house. One of them was the time-fixing plate information. However, the time-fixing plate information was not the most expensive one. The most expensive one was another piece of information, the Nightless royal family. Is there something important in the Nightless royal family? Su Yu was very sensitive. Information about the Nightless royal family should be known by all. How could there be any secret information? At this moment, as intelligence, it should be something that happened recently. Su Yu placed the jade amulet between his brows to sense it, and he could not help but be astonished. The intelligence said that the Nightless royal family was going to hold a banquet to discuss the list of candidates for the Wind Cloud Association. The so-called Wind Cloud Conference only had a very simple description in the intelligence. It was a selection conference to enter an 8-star civilization. Su Yu's heart thumped. An 8-star civilization. The Sinful Maiden Palace was in an 8-star civilization. If Su Yu wanted to enter, he would have to enter an 8-star civilization first. It wasn't the Yi Empire's conference that could confirm the name list of the participants of the Wind Cloud meeting. Su Yu continued to read and found that the invitations to this banquet were issued in secret. Only forces and people recognized by the Nightless royal family were qualified to attend this banquet. According to the report, there was a way to get an invitation letter. Su Yu was immediately concerned. He was very interested in attending this banquet. He flipped through the jade piece and found that it was marked with the word "to." This meant that this piece of information had already been bought by two people. In other words, someone was walking in front of Su Yu, looking for the invitation letter. Feeling a little anxious, Su Yu put away the jade piece and the information on the time-fixing plate. Just as he was about to leave, he paused and looked at the tens of thousands of pieces of intelligence jade pieces. Without hesitation, he waved his sleeves and put all the jade pieces into his sleeves. Firstly, it was to take revenge on the shopkeeper. With all the intelligence stolen, he could forget about being the shopkeeper. More seriously, he might not even be able to keep his life. The value of so much intelligence was trillions of Dao dollars. He couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. Secondly, there might be information that would be useful to Su Yu in the intelligence. For example, this royal banquet was a pleasant surprise. Holding the jade piece, Su Yu immediately rushed to another place far away from the imperial city, the Tianyu Ridge. At that time, on the outskirts of the imperial city, where Su Yu and the boy had fought, many people had gathered. Among them were the imperial city's imperial guards. The leading general carefully examined the scene, his eyes filled with confusion. There were no corpses nearby, and there were no other traces. It was impossible to determine what had happened. Crash, suddenly, the imperial guards separated, and a man and a woman walked over side by side. The man was dressed in silk and had an imposing appearance. When the general saw him, he immediately trotted forward and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Prince." There was only one prince and two princesses in the Nightless Empire's monarch. The man in front of him was the only prince, Prince Lingtian. "Well, you may rise," Prince Lingtian said calmly and looked at the woman beside him with a smile. The woman was dressed in white and her face was covered with a white veil, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Prince Lingtian said, "It's just a fight. Why bother the Wuxin Iron Constable? That woman was none other than the world's #1 constable, the Wuxin Iron Constable. She had come to the colored glaze civilization a few years ago and had been staying there. During that time, she had been in seclusion in the palace. But just now, she suddenly came out of seclusion and came outside the city. Prince Lingtian was curious, so he accompanied her. The Wuxin Iron Constable didn't say a word. She came to the center of the battle and looked carefully. After a while, she shook her head. This isn't a normal fight. It's a fight between two powerhouses whose physiques are at least at the family head level. The general was slightly surprised. As expected of the Wuxin Iron Constable. He couldn't see anything for a long time, but the Wuxin Iron Constable could see something with just a few glances. Prince Lingtian didn't mind and said, maybe it's a fight between two family head-level powerhouses. It's not important. In the Nightless Empire, there were many family head-level powerhouses. There was no need to exhaust them because of a fight between them. The fight isn't the main point. The main point is that one of them used the space domain, the Wuxin Iron Constable said calmly. She swiped her palm at the sky, and a layer of remnant ripples floated in the sky. It was the remnant of the space domain. However, no one realized it, but the Wuxin Iron Constable did. Prince Lingtian's brows furrowed. Space domain? How can it be? In all these years, our Western region has only produced one empress who grasped the space domain, the spacetime death god. How can there be another space domain user? The name of the Tianyi Empress shook the Western region. There was no one who didn't know her, but in an entire era, she was the only one who appeared. Now, there was actually a second person. This person must be someone who hid his strength. The waves in Prince Lingtian's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. A space domain user would definitely be an absolute powerhouse in the Western region who controlled the world in the future. Chapter 2283. Prince Lingtian's thoughts were quick. If he could take in a space domain expert for his own use, his throne would naturally be secured. Do you know this space domain expert? He asked casually. The heartless iron arrestor nodded slightly. Sort of. An invincible physique, mastering the time and space laws. Apart from Deputy Leader Su from the Pirate Alliance near the 7 Ultimate Civilizations, who else could it be? The heartless iron arrestor might not have realized that Su Yu was letting him go, but after thinking about it calmly, he could see that there were many loopholes. If Su Yu was really a shameless man who lusted after his beauty, why did he bring him to a remote warship to violate her? Su Yu was proficient in the time and space law. Why did he not chase after him when he escaped? The heartless iron arrestor realized that Su Yu's true purpose might have been to take the opportunity to let him go. It was just that he did not know at that time. Oh, can you introduce me to him? Such a person is really fascinating, Prince Lingtian said with a smile. The heartless iron arrestor looked at him and shook his head slightly. Such a person will eventually enter an 8-star civilization. He is not someone you can control. Prince Lingtian was not embarrassed even though his thoughts were exposed. He smiled calmly. I am just eager to find a talent. It is best if he is willing to serve me. If not, I will not force him. He was still a little unwilling. Would mastering the space domain mean he could enter an 8-star civilization? The time and space death god had mastered both the space domain and the time domain, but he was not fated to enter an 8-star civilization. If this person could stay by his side, he would definitely become his right-hand man. Unfortunately, the heartless iron arrestor did not want to expose his identity. A few days later, in a forest shrouded in clouds and mist, Little Chaos Boy had finally returned after a few days of traveling. He immediately went to Householder Qingyuan's meditation room and stood at the door. Reporting to Householder Qingyuan, I have followed your instructions and asked the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce to seal the information on the astrolabe. Creak. The door of the meditation room opened. Householder Qingyuan faced a Buddha statue in the door and closed his eyes to meditate. He slowly opened his eyes without looking back. The boy said, by the way, when I rushed over, he was buying information and had already paid the Dao coins. Hearing this, Householder Qingyuan suddenly stood up and said unhappily, You were late? No. I went just in time. Not only did I not let Su get the information, but I also made him lose 100 million Dao coins for nothing. Little Chaos Boy beamed with joy and said proudly. 100 million Dao coins was a huge sum of money, even for a person of high status like householder Qingyuan. Su Yu, a person from a declining civilization, had suddenly lost so much wealth. It was easy to imagine how he felt. 100 million? He should be quite flustered and exasperated, right? Layman Qingyuan chuckled, feeling much better. He had finally vented his anger. Yes. As far as I know, he's in so much pain that he doesn't want to live. He's making a big fuss in front of the intelligence agency, Little Chaos Boy said. Haha. Householder Qingyuan couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh heartily. He could imagine Su Yu's pitiful and helpless appearance after being deceived. The anger in his heart was completely restrained, and he said, "You didn't let him discover you, right?" Although he was not afraid of Su Yu, there was no need for him to cause trouble at his doorstep and affect his image as the Qingyuan Celestial Venerable in front of his believers. No, the boy said with a smile. Feeling relieved, Householder Qingyuan rewarded the boy with some Dao coins. He then waved his hand and said, "You may leave. Someone else is about to walk out of the forest." However, the boy said, reporting to Householder Qingyuan, "Before shopkeeper you left, he asked me to pass you a good item." Householder Qingyuan laughed involuntarily. "You Xiangdong? That's thoughtful of you. Bring it here and let me have a look." The boy held an exquisite purple crystal jade box with both hands, and he carefully brought it to Householder Qingyuan. Householder Qingyuan didn't suspect anything. He opened the jade box on the spot, and a fiery red pearl entered his eyes. The smile on his face froze, and his pupils shrank abruptly. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. He had just taken a step when flames shot up into the sky behind him. The boy was instantly engulfed by the raging flames, but his calm gaze pierced through the flames and landed on Householder Qingyuan. Everything needs to be done in moderation. You will get burned if you provoke the fire. I'm warning you this time, don't do it again. Boom, the pearl exploded completely, turning the boy into ashes. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions with the thatched hut as the center. The lush green grassland and the leisurely red-crowned cranes were reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the intense shockwave shattered the dense fog formed by the formation, revealing the original appearance of the Primeval Forest. Looking around, it was a scene of devastation. It didn't look like a utopia at all. Somewhere in the forest, a ball of fire shot into the ground. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a deep pit with a diameter of 30 feet was left on the ground. The pit was charred, and an old man in tattered clothes could be seen. His hair and beard were all curled up, and there were many burns all over his body. There were traces of blood in his crimson-red skin. He was Householder Qingyuan, who had escaped. Crack, a slight cracking sound came from his palm. He lowered his head and saw a crystal-colored calf that was emitting cold air. Its entire body was broken into pieces. During the critical moment just now, he had relied on this myriad chill ice calf that Princess Qian Yu had given him to absorb most of the attack. But because of this, the ice calf was destroyed. Householder Qingyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were chattering. He wasn't in pain. He was filled with hatred. Yu Xiangdong. Householder Qingyuan looked around at the place where he had lived in seclusion, his heart filled with hatred. Whoosh, throwing away the scorched horsetail whisk in his hand, Householder Qingyuan rushed to the Imperial City, flustered and exasperated. In the city, at the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce's Intelligence Department. The Intelligence Department, which had always been open for business, was uncharacteristically closed that day. Everyone in the department stood in a straight line, not daring to breathe. That included Yu Xiangdong. In front of them stood a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with his hands clasped behind his back. He had a handsome face, and it was obvious that he had been a handsome man when he was young. The most shocking thing was that his eyes were different from normal people's. They were gold. If Su Yu were here, he would definitely recognize the golden-eyed man in front of him. He was the master of the #1 family in the 7 ultimate civilizations, the golden-eyed scholar. He had actually joined the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, his status was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have brought such great pressure to the intelligence department. He stood in front of everyone, releasing an invisible aura that suppressed them so much that they could not even lift their heads. All the intelligence is missing. Is there anything you want to tell me? The golden-eyed scholar looked at the sky, his expression unusually calm. Yu Xiangdong's palms were sweaty. The golden-eyed scholar in front of him was an important person who had recently joined the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 2284. His status was so high that it could only be described as horrifying. The fate of a small shopkeeper like Yu Xiangdong could be decided with just a single thought in front of him. How could Yu Xiangdong not be nervous? No. Yu Xiangdong was nervous. The news of the theft of the information warehouse could not be hidden from the golden-eyed playboy, who was in charge of this area. He had come to the intelligence department to personally handle the case. How could Yu Xiangdong dare to reveal the truth? Could he tell him that he had extorted 100 million Dao coins from Su Yu and that Su Yu had taken revenge? If that was the case, in order to protect the reputation of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the golden-eyed playboy would kill him in front of everyone. The rest of the people in the intelligence department were either Yu Xiangdong's trusted subordinates or had received many benefits from it. How could they dare reveal the truth? Oh, nothing. The golden-eyed playboy's eyes were deep. An intelligence thief will only steal information that is useful to him. All the information has been stolen. It looks like deliberate revenge. He hit the nail on the head. Yu Xiangdong's heart skipped a beat in fright. He had long heard that the new vice president was a difficult character to deal with, but he did not expect it to be true. Yu Xiangdong quickly thought of an excuse to get away with this matter. Unexpectedly, the intelligence personnel at the very end suddenly screamed. Everyone immediately looked over and was shocked to find that the golden-eyed playboy had crushed his head. The golden-eyed playboy killed without warning. There was no anger on his face, only calmness. The crowd gasped. The golden-eyed playboy calmly wiped the blood off his hand and said calmly, "I don't like it when people lie to me. From now on, I will kill one person every 10 breaths until I get the answer I want." He did not say who he would kill next. The uncertainty was even more terrifying. The group of intelligence officers looked at each other. Their expressions changed drastically. They were all weighing the pros and cons. After 10 breaths, no one was willing to reveal the truth. They were all waiting to see if the golden-eyed playboy would continue to kill. The person he had just killed might have been deliberately trying to scare them. Puff, suddenly, one of them spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed and he fell to the ground. His body made a sizzling sound and emitted green smoke. Under everyone's gaze, he quickly turned into a pool of blood. Golden-eyed Lang Jun raised his finger and blew on it gently. A wisp of grayish-black smoke dispersed with the wind. He said nothing more. But everyone knew that he was silently counting the time. No one held any hope of getting lucky anymore. "Vice President, I think it might be someone who calls himself Su Yu." A person with a weaker heart immediately replied. The golden-eyed scholar gently closed his eyes. After 10 breaths of time, the speaker's body suddenly exploded and he died on the spot. The pupils of the others shrank, and they immediately panicked. He had already said it, so why did he still kill? "I'm not satisfied with this answer," golden-eyed Lang Jun said lightly. Then, he closed his eyes again and continued to count. 3 people had died in a row. The remaining people fell into a great panic and began to scramble to answer. "Vice President. That person's name is Su Yu, and he comes from the 7 unique civilizations. Yes. The reason why he took revenge on us should be because Manager Yu swallowed 100 million Dao coins from him." "That's right, Vice President. This has nothing to do with us." Finally, the golden-eyed scholar opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on one of them. He said, "You mean, the other party is from the 7 absolute civilizations?" "Yes." The man immediately said, "I heard that he was recommended by the Myezheng family master of the 6th peerless family." Myezheng. The golden-eyed scholar rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. In an instant, he thought of many things. His biggest guess was that the other party was sent by the 7 absolute civilizations to track down his whereabouts. After all, he wanted to overthrow the entire 7 absolute civilizations. But after thinking about it carefully, he denied it. He had come to the colored glaze civilization without any prior plans. How could the other party find the colored glaze civilization so quickly and accurately? He spent 100 million Dao coins to buy information about the banquet invitation. Golden-eyed scholar asked. There were only 2 pieces of information worth 100 million Dao coins in the treasure vault. They were the banquet invitation and the time-fixing plate. The former was more likely. Vice President, it was to buy information about the time-fixing plate. The golden-eyed scholar was surprised. Time-fixing plate? After pondering for a long time, the golden-eyed scholar nodded slightly. I understand. As he spoke, he rose into the air and was about to leave. Everyone in the intelligence department heaved a long sigh of relief. They had finally passed and did not receive any punishment. However, the golden-eyed scholar suddenly stopped and looked down at them from above. He said calmly, "As for the mistake you made, you can atone for it with your death. Only by executing all of them could the credibility of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce be preserved." Whoosh! His voice split into hundreds of steel needles that pierced toward them. What was extremely strange was that no one managed to dodge the seemingly mediocre and easily dodged steel needles. No matter how they dodged, and some even teleported out of the guest hall, they were still unable to escape. It was as if all of their paths had been predicted by the steel needles in advance. Other than Yu Xiangdong, who escaped with injuries, everyone else died tragically. Yu Xiangdong was a master-level expert after all. In terms of cultivation, he was not much weaker than the golden-eyed scholar. Moreover, he had been in charge of the intelligence department for many years. How could he not have a few trump cards to protect his life? He crushed a black gourd, and a dense swarm of strange flies flew out from it. The flies surrounded him and turned him into a black stream of light, rushing into the distance. The golden-eyed scholar did not chase after them. He had more important things to do. After fleeing for several hours, he finally left the imperial city. Standing in the suburbs, Yu Xiangdong's heart was at a loss. He did not need to think about returning to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The world was vast. Where should he go? Suddenly, looking at the Primeval forest in front of him, Yu Xiangdong had an idea. Why not temporarily seek refuge with householder Qingyuan? With householder Qingyuan's status, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce would have to be wary if they wanted to kill him. Fortunately, I've always been friendly to householder Qingyuan. Now, it's finally time for him to be of use. With this thought, Yu Xiangdong immediately set off for householder Qingyuan's place of seclusion. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the forest, he sensed householder Qingyuan's aura rapidly approaching. Householder Qingyuan has come out of seclusion? Yu Xiangdong was surprised and then happy. He's really giving me a pillow when I'm sleepy. He immediately flew into the sky and blocked the path that householder Qingyuan had to pass through. He cupped his fists loudly from afar. "Senior Celestial Qingyuan, how have you been?" If this was any other time, when householder Qingyuan heard this, he would naturally think that it was an ordinary greeting. However, at this moment, householder Qingyuan believed that Yu Xiangdong had controlled his child and had secretly harmed him. Asking him if he was fine now was very harsh. This was clearly a provocation. Chapter 2285. Originally, householder Qingyuan felt that there was something fishy about this and wanted to ask about it calmly. From the looks of it now, there was no need to ask any further questions. "Thanks to you. I don't even have a place to live in seclusion anymore." Layman Qingyuan's face suddenly darkened, as if ink had been splashed across the sky. Shopkeeper Yu was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" He did not understand what householder Qingyuan meant at all. Householder Qingyuan snorted coldly through his nostrils. An image of a celestial realm surrounded by celestial clouds suddenly descended and enveloped the surroundings. Shopkeeper Yu, who was inside, quickly realized that his body was disintegrating and becoming a part of the immortal realm. This was the domain of Layman Qingyuan. Anyone who was within it would be melted by the domain from the inside out. It was an extremely vicious domain. Manager Yu was shocked. Seeing that householder Qingyuan was serious, he immediately activated his domain to defend himself. He shouted, "You're crazy." He simply couldn't understand whether householder Qingyuan was out of his mind or not. Why would he attack him? He even inexplicably claimed that he was the one who destroyed his seclusion. "Yes, I'm crazy. You'll drive him crazy." Householder Qingyuan was enraged. Not only did he release his domain, but he also took out a white fan with only 3 feathers. That was his Dao artifact. With a wave of his white fan, a gust of cold wind blew past Manager Yu's body. His soul suddenly turned cold. A part of it had been slapped away. It was Layman Qingyuan's famous Dao artifact, the soulless fan. Once activated, it could imperceptibly injure one's soul. It was extremely terrifying. Yu Xiangdong's hair stood on end. How could he dare to hold back when his life was in danger? "Open!" Yu Xiangdong roared furiously as he unleashed his domain. The towering image of 100,000 mountains continued to descend, continuously suppressing householder Qingyuan's immortal realm domain. With a final pop, the celestial realm domain was squeezed back. At the same time, Yu Xiangdong took out a pitch-black stone snake. This snake was a Dao treasure, and its name was Life Stripper. After it was activated, it could quickly drill into the enemy's body and devour them from the inside out, layer by layer. It was as if it was stripping away the enemy's life. It was extremely vicious. Hiss, the venomous snake slithered over like a wisp of smoke, ignoring the defensive treasures all over householder Qingyuan's body and burrowing straight into his body. In an instant, householder Qingyuan let out a tragic cry. Clearly, Life Splitter had already started to devour householder Qingyuan's flesh. Not only did this not make householder Qingyuan cower, but it also angered him even more. Shopkeeper Yu controlled his child for no reason and almost killed him. Now, he even wanted to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Layman Qingyuan bellowed furiously, "Die!" As he activated the Dao tool, he took out a steel needle with his other hand. The steel needle was snow-white in color and emitted a soul-stealing chill. Yu Xiangdong's eyes narrowed. The 9-5 Heavens Frost Needle personally bestowed by His Majesty. The 9-5 Sky Frost Needle was refined from the most famous extreme cold calamity ice of the Lazuli civilization. There were more than 1.5 kilograms of this ice in the entire Lazuli civilization, and it had long been divided up by several powerful forces in the civilization. The Nightless Kingdom obtained 10 taels of it. All of them were refined into the 9-5 Heaven Chill Needles by the monarch, a total of 99 of them. Once it was released, it would not stop until it killed the enemy. The needles contained the world's #1 frost poison. Once it pierced someone, even a higher-level existence would be poisoned to death and turned into ice shards, let alone a family head. Yu Xiangdong had never expected that one of the most important treasures of the royal family would be bestowed to householder Qingyuan. Princess Qian, you must have secretly given it to him. Yu Xiangdong felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly said, "Householder, calm down. I really don't know what I did wrong." He hurriedly pulled out Life Splitter from his body to show that he wanted to negotiate peacefully. Householder Qingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh. It has nothing to do with you." He also put away his Dao tool. Seeing that householder Qingyuan had finally calmed down and was ready to negotiate peacefully, Yu Xiangdong heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have to do this? Why did he have to do this if he could just negotiate peacefully? However, in the next moment, householder Qingyuan's seemingly calm face turned cunning and sinister. Who would believe that? He did not believe that it was a coincidence. He had been ambushed by the boy and almost lost his life, and then Yu Xiangdong had rushed to the place where he was hiding. No matter how he looked at it, it was Yu Xiangdong who had gone to confirm whether he was dead or not, right? Yu Xiangdong was on guard. Without thinking, he retreated in another direction, cursing angrily, "Old madman, you dare to curse me?" Householder Qingyuan's killing intent rose. The 9-5 Heavens cold needle in his palm turned into a faint cold light and instantly flew out. In the blink of an eye, he heard a cracking sound coming from the horizon. Householder Qingyuan rushed over to take a look. An ice sculpture was falling from the sky and smashing onto the ground, then turning into ice shards. Under the effect of the 9-5 Heaven's cold needle, his flesh and blood had been poisoned into ice. Whoosh, the 9-5 Heaven's cold needle spun around and returned to householder Qingyuan's palm. He snorted disdainfully, then turned around and left. At that time, Heavenly Defense Ridge. It was located at the border between the Nightless Empire and the neighboring force, the Palace of Light. The Palace of Light and the Nightless Empire were forces of the colored glaze civilization and were close to each other. In terms of overall strength, the Palace of Light was far stronger than the Nightless Empire. In every generation, the Palace of Light would produce an extremely powerful genius, a genius of the current generation of Gaia. In previous competitions of the same generation, the peers of the Nightless Empire were often in a state of being crushed. Although the younger generations of the Nightless Empire often regarded this as a humiliation, they worked hard to change this unchanging disadvantage. But for tens of millions of years, the martial arts exchange that occurred every few years always ended with the defeat of the Nightless Empire. The Heavenly Defense Ridge was the dividing line between the two great forces. Standing on the mountain ridge, Su Yu looked at the Palace of Light. As far as the eye could see, it was decorated with ice crystals, emitting an unusually dazzling light under the refraction of the sun. This was the origin of the Palace of Light. However, he was more concerned about a Taoist temple on the Heavenly Defense Ridge. The Taoist temple was dilapidated and small, with only 5 or 6 small halls inside. In addition, the Heavenly Defense Ridge was extremely high, and there were biting cold gales along the way. Without the cultivation of a divine warrior of heaven and earth, one might not be able to easily ascend the mountain. Therefore, there were no pilgrims in the Taoist temple. Staring at the lonely Taoist temple, Su Yu could not believe it. Would there be an invitation from the Nightless Empire here? If he had not strictly followed the route of the intelligence, Su Yu would not have believed it. But the intelligence of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce had never been false. He put his hands behind his back and stepped into the Taoist temple. Inside the Taoist temple, an old man in a simple Taoist robe was bent over, sweeping the snow in front of the temple. His movements were slow and unsteady, and he looked like he was about to die. Hearing the footsteps, the old man turned around, revealing a face that had been burned by a fire. Scars were all over it, and it was very frightening. A distinguished guest has arrived. The old man put down his broom and bowed in a Taoist salute. Su Yu returned the salute and said, "I would like to attend the banquet of the Nightless Empire, and would like to ask the old man to give me some guidance. Please report that there is a channel here to obtain it. Presumably, it would be exchanged with Taoist coins or other treasures or elixirs, right?" The old man's eyes were calm, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Young master, please come with me." He led Su Yu to the backyard of the Taoist temple. The backyard was barren and overgrown with weeds. It seemed as if no one had taken care of it. Amidst the weeds, an inconspicuous old grave came into view. A natural grave. On the tombstone, only the name of the deceased was recorded. Other than that, there was no other information. Who had set up the tombstone? When had the tombstone been erected? Where had the deceased come from? There was no information at all. What surprised Su Yu was that on both sides of the old tomb, there was a young man sitting cross-legged. They sat on the bone-chilling ice, deep in thought. Their bodies were also covered in cold snow. "I do have an invitation to the banquet, and I am willing to give it to someone, but only if you can answer one of my questions." The old man stared at the tombstone with a complicated expression. Su Yu nodded. "Please ask." The old man's hands were hidden in his sleeves, and his gaze was distant, as if he had reached the distant past. Why do people die? Birth, old age, sickness, and death were all part of the cycle of heaven and earth. Who could not die? Who could not die? Even the high and mighty stone emperor of the holy mountain could not escape the fate of death. Where there was life, there was death. Where there was existence, there was death. No one was an exception. Su Yu wanted to answer, but the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he slowly closed his mouth. His eyes were filled with confusion. Attributing the cause to the cycle of heaven's law was only scratching the surface of the problem, and not delving into the essence of the problem. Why did people die? Please allow me to think here for 3 days, Suyu said. The old man nodded. Go ahead. So, Suyu sat in front of the tomb, pondering the mystery with the other 2 people. Suyu caught a group of worms, placed them in a larger vessel, and provided them with enough food. Not only that, but he continued to instill vitality into them, ensuring that none of the worms died from exhaustion. Then, he activated time acceleration. Under the state of time acceleration of 500 times, the worms rapidly multiplied, generation after generation, without any deaths. In theory, the worms should have reached an unprecedented scale, or at least far exceeded the capacity of the vessel. However, this did not happen. Because the space for activity was limited, in order to survive, the stronger worms would kill the weaker ones, and so on. Under the state of time acceleration, the number of zergs was maintained at a constant number for 3 years. Looking at this scene, Suyu understood. Crash. At this time, the 2 men who were meditating on both sides of the old tomb woke up from their meditation. Both of them stared at Suyu, who was standing opposite them, in shock. They did not expect that there would be a third person besides them. Looking at the situation, he should be thinking about the old man's problem, just like them. If this person is here, he must have come because of the invitation from the Sleepless Empire. The man on the right had soft features, and his voice was very soft. He said with slight surprise, the strange thing is, since he could afford to pay 100 million Dao coins for information, his status should not be low. It should not be difficult to get an invitation. The other man was a little arrogant, and said lightly, wealth does not equal status. It is not uncommon for some lucky people to accidentally obtain large amounts of wealth. Chapter 2286. The gentle-looking man did not say much and followed closely behind. After Suyu had thought it through, he slowly got up, shook off the snow on his body, and walked to the front of the palace with his hands behind his back. The old man was sitting cross-legged in the yard, looking like he was trying to understand something. We already have our answers. Do you want to hear them? The arrogant man did not care that the old man was trying to understand and interrupted him. The old man opened his eyes, which were calm, without the slightest hint of anger. Instead, there was a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The 2 of you are the 10 great light envoys of the Palace of Light, with extraordinary powers of understanding. I look forward to your answers. Suyu's eyes flashed as he listened. People from the Palace of Light. You answer first. The old man looked at the arrogant man who had spoken. The arrogant man looked at the sky and said, I think that death is the final destination of life. Where there is life, there is death. Everything is under the control of the invisible great path. He thought his answer was exquisite, but the old man's eyes dimmed when he heard it. The arrogant man stared at the old man, hoping to get the expression he wanted. However, he just shook his head lightly and said, picking up the words of others, how shallow. The arrogant man's answer, which he thought was not bad, was only evaluated as shallow. His face turned green and red, and he felt a little embarrassed. The old man did not care about him and looked at the other man. What about you? The gentle-looking man pondered for a while and said, I think that life and death are a kind of reincarnation. Death lays the foundation for new life, and new life welcomes the final chapter of death. They go back and forth, without beginning and without end, constructing the entire cycle of life and death. Suyu was slightly surprised as he looked at the man. His thoughts were quite deep. The old man could not help but nod. Although it did not satisfy me, you have your own unique views. His palm flashed, and a light blue invitation appeared. He threw it to the man. The gentle-looking man caught it, cupped his fists, and said, Thank you, sir. Finally, the old man looked at Suyu and asked, You have a new view? Sort of, Suyu said. The old man had lost hope, and his eyes became calm again. Even the light envoys of the Palace of Light gave an unsatisfactory answer, let alone a nameless young man. Tell me, why do people die? Suyu said calmly, because we kill ourselves. Not only the old Taoist, but the 2 emissaries of light were also stunned. These words were a little shocking. A ripple appeared in the old Taoist's calm eyes as he asked in surprise, Why do you say that? The two men also looked over curiously. These words were indeed very fresh, and they had simply never heard of them before. Suyu said emotionally, "The world isn't infinite. There is limited space and limited resources. There are only so many living beings that can be supported. Only when a part of it dies will there be room for new life. That's why there's the law of the jungle in this world. The weak are killed by the strong. Only then can the balance of the world be maintained." This was what Suyu meant when he said that his own weakness had killed him. Upon hearing this, the gentle-looking man pondered Suyu's words. At first, he felt that this was too extreme, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was applicable to all living beings at all levels. From an ant in an ant's nest to a living being in a civilization, wasn't it the same for the entire absolute beginning realm? With limited resources, it was destined that the weak would be preyed upon by the strong, and it was natural selection. The old Taoist pondered for a long time. His calm eyes were complicated as he murmured, "Do people die because of their own weakness?" After a long silence, the old Taoist stood up, took out a similar blue invitation, and handed it to Suyu. He said with admiration, "Your answer is the most satisfying I've ever heard. Here's the invitation." Suyu was delighted and took it with both hands. "You three, please go back." Except for the arrogant man, Suyu and the gentle-looking man were satisfied. Suyu took the lead and headed for the imperial city. As he hurried, he opened the invitation, and when he saw it, he couldn't help but be stunned. How could this be? He immediately took out another golden invitation. He compared the two invitations. Except for the difference in color, the cover and the content inside were exactly the same. "I already had the invitation." Suyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had been busy for a long time, but it turned out to be in vain. Strange, who was the blue-robed man that day? Suyu fumbled with the golden invitation, his heart full of doubts. That day, he had met an unruly woman. Later, the girl's father caught up and gave Suyu this golden invitation. He really didn't expect this invitation to be an invitation to the banquet of the Sleepless Empire. Its value was immeasurable. Information alone could sell for 100 million Dao coins, let alone a real invitation. The identity of the blue-robed man must be extraordinary. Maybe I'll see him again at the banquet, Suyu thought to himself. When he first came to the colored glaze civilization, Suyu had already seen several strong masters of the family. He needed to improve his strength again and take himself to the next level. At present, his body had already been transformed, and the cultivation of the evil dragon Bible had reached a bottleneck. He also needed to determine the whereabouts of the divine throne of heaven and earth. Only the transformation of the soul could be achieved. After a long period of tempering by Taichu Chi, his soul had been transformed by more than 90%. With another 10 years of tempering, it should be able to be transformed. However, before coming to the colored glaze civilization, Suyu had learned that in the Palace of Light, there was a strange creature called the Divine Deer of Light. It could see through people's hearts and distinguish between good and evil. It was the only one in the entire Palace of Light. Rumor had it that it could see through the souls of others because its soul was exceptionally strong. Thanks to its soul, only a small piece of the pair of antlers on its head needed to be ground into powder and swallowed. It could quickly transform the soul in a short period of time. If Suyu could get a piece of it, he might be able to save 10 years and complete the transformation of the soul. Unfortunately, the Divine Deer of Light was a unique treasure of the Palace of Light. Usually, it was guarded by several strong masters of the family. It was extremely difficult to get close to it, let alone obtain its antlers. Shaking his head, Suyu stopped thinking about it. "Sir, please wait." Just as he was hurrying along, the two men caught up with him. The arrogant man took out a golden card and said, "There are 300 million Dao coins in it, buy your invitation." As he spoke, he flicked his finger and shot the golden card over. Suyu frowned slightly. It wasn't that he couldn't sell an extra invitation, but the tone of this person didn't sound like he was buying something. It was as if he thought highly of him and wanted to reward him. 300 million Dao coins was indeed a lot, but Suyu didn't need them. Not selling. Suyu did not even look at the golden card, but turned and continued on his way. The arrogant man blocked Su Yu's path with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Maybe I need to reintroduce myself. My name is Wang Jiuyang, ranked 5th among the 10 great emissaries of light. The title of Emissary of Light was a nightmare for the peers of the Nightless Empire. In the last confrontation between the two great forces, the Emissary of Light, ranked 8th, defeated all the heaven rulers of the Nightless Empire. Even the Emissary of Light, ranked 10th, could sweep away all the peers of the Nightless Empire except the top 3. Wang Jiuyang was ranked 5th. His strength would definitely be number 1 in the Nightless Empire. However, as long as his strength did not reach the level of Xie Yian, it was no big deal to Su Yu. Oh, Su Yu said calmly. And then? Wang Jiuyang's eyes sharpened as he bared his teeth. Is it because the Storm Tea Party has not been held for too long that the younger generation of the Nightless Empire has forgotten how we oppressed you in the past? The heaven rulers of the Nightless Empire should be in awe when they saw the Emissary of Light. Unfortunately, Su Yu was not from the Nightless Empire. What does that have to do with me? Su Yu walked past him and continued on his way. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked past him, Wang Jiuyang attacked. He snorted coldly. It's better to talk with your fists when dealing with people like you who can't see things clearly. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Su Yu's eyes darkened. How domineering. This was not even the Palace of Light, and he dared to force someone to buy and sell? Get lost. Su Yu pulled out his sword and stabbed it behind him. Ding! The sound of weapons clashing traveled into Su Yu's ears. A great force traveled along the sword to Su Yu's palm, causing his palm to go numb. What a great force! Su Yu was secretly shocked. The Palace of Light had suppressed the Nightless Empire for so many years. It was not as simple as a coincidence. However, in terms of strength, no one in the same generation was a match for Su Yu. He suddenly exerted force with the hand holding the sword hilt, and the great force gradually bounced back. Thud, thud, thud. Immediately, there was the sound of him staggering backward. Turning his head, he saw the arrogant Wang Jiuyang looking at him with a look of surprise. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The gentle-looking man watching from afar covered his mouth, his eyes wide open. Wang Jiuyang's physique could be said to be one of the best among his peers, comparable to a master of a family. Even the King of Light Envoys, who was ranked number 1, could barely match him in terms of physique. The silver-haired human in front of him did not seem to be at the level of a Pathmaster, right? But how could his physique be better than Wang Jiuyang's? In fact, he did not know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Su Yu's physique. Wang Jiuyang was most proud of his physique. How could he admit that he was inferior to Su Yu? Again, Wang Jiuyang was unwilling to give up, and rushed over again. Su Yu raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "This is the territory of the Nightless Empire. Are you sure you want to fight me here?" The gentle-looking man's slender eyebrows gently raised. If he got serious, Wang Jiuyang's actions could be regarded as provoking a dispute. In the territory of the Nightless Empire, to attack a peer of the Nightless Empire would, strictly speaking, cause a dispute between the two parties. Wang Jiuyang, stop. Wang Jiuyang was angry. How could he stop? But he still understood where he was, and said, "Then let's change to the Palace of Light, then there will be no problem." Change.